eva nityam, vidyadhanam, sarvadhan pradhanam. The most superior wealth is knowledge that cannot be stolen by thieves, nor it can be taken away. It does not have any weight, nor it can be distributed. Rather, if wisely used, it keeps on growing day by day. Today's event is an effort for strengthening this wealth of knowledge. A healthy good morning to all the audience. I, Khushbu Jain, Assistant Professor, welcome you all on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, India, to the International Web Conference on Post-Pandemic Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, a New Global Perspective. The aim of this conference is to enhance knowledge and share various opinions on a common platform. The conference theme brings into notice the various challenges that the education system has faced over the years, especially during COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic. Though surpassed through these challenges and adapted the changing technological trends in the industry. So, looking ahead towards an extremely knowledge-filled hours to come today, I am delighted to share that for the conference we have national and international luminaries from across the field who will be sharing their thoughts, knowledge and opinions with us. I take this proud privilege to welcome our chief guest of the day, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, India. Our guest of honor, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Manindra Agrawal, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and Project Director, Center for Excellence for Defense Technologies, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India, and C3I Hub Coordinator. Our special guest for the day, Professor Dr. Uwer Guind, CEO, Prometheus Space, London, United Kingdom, and Advisory Council Member, United Nations Center for Space Science and Space Technology. Our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, President, Indo-European Education Foundation, Warsaw, Poland. I also welcome the esteemed dignitaries, Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, and Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Group of Trusts, Professor Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Shri Devendra Kumar Ji Muchal, Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Shri Girdhar Gopal Ji Nagar, Secretary, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Dr. George Thomas, Director, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, and Chairman of the International Web Conference. Conveners of the conference, Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head, Department of Management, and Dr. Shama Petrankar, Head, Department of Computer Science. Co-conveners of the conference, Dr. Dhanshri Nagar and Dr. Ekta Agrawal. And I also extend my warm welcome to all the delegates who made it to join us today, rebel teachers and dear students. I bestow thanks for joining us for the International Web Conference. Before starting the event, I express a proud emotion of India's rich culture of spiritualism, where every event begins with a spiritual start. Hence, for inaugurating the conference, let's bring our hands together for forwarding our prayers in front of Goddess Saraswati, a symbol of knowledge and wisdom, and pray that this divine power blesses us all to stay positive and healthy. Thank you everyone for your prayers. Our institute takes pleasure in serving our guests with innate hospitality, and flowers are one of the mediums of expressing our gratitude. I'm profoundly elated to take an opportunity to welcome our chief guest of the day, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, India, who has provided new insights in the field of technology. I request Shri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Shri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, Secretary, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, and Dr. George Thomas, Director, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, to extend a heartfelt floral welcome to our chief guest and thank him for providing his gracious presence today. We also feel honored to have with us Honorable Guest of Honor, Padma Shri Professor Manindra Agrawal. Your Excellence hardly needs any introduction. You have made India proud of your distinguished work in numerous capacities. I once again request Shri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Shri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, and Dr. George Thomas for welcoming our guest of honor. With pleasure, I request Shri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Shri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, and Dr. George Thomas to welcome an exuberant personality in space sciences and today's special guest, Professor Dr. Uber Guven. Once again, I request Shri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Shri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, and Dr. George Thomas to proffer a gratifying welcome through flowers to an educationist and the keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Thank all the dignitaries for doing this honor. Now, I request Dr. George Thomas, Director, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, and Chairman of the International Web Conference for his welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Khushbu. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, and as the Chairman of the International Web Conference Organizing Committee, I take this privilege to welcome today's chief guest, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, guest of honor, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Manindra Agrawal, special guest, Professor Dr. Ugur Guven, keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Dr. Upendra Dhar, Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Shri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Vice Chairman, Shri Kailash Chandraji Agar, Secretary, Shri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, Treasurer, Shri Vishnu Ji Pasari, Joint Secretary, Shri Maniji Baheti, all the respected trustees of Shri Vaishnav Trust, Dr. Arvind Singh, Joint Registrar, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, directors and principals from all the colleges, head of departments, and conveners of the conference, Dr. Shama Pathankar and Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, all the invited guests, faculty, media persons, staff, my dear students, and the delegates present here with us today. A very good morning and a warm welcome to you all. I'm extremely delighted to welcome everyone to this International Web Conference on the focal theme, Post-Pandemic Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, a New Global Perspective. And it gives me immense pleasure to be here in front of you all. I feel honored and privileged to have great luminaries with us today and would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to them for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Nearly 2.5 decades ago, in 1997, French senior economist and journalist Francis Concours theorized the death of distance, stating that the distance of the world have come to an end. But even he himself could not have imagined a scenario like the global pandemic that the whole world is struggling with today. It is a known fact that the pandemic has pushed the world to drastically reinvent ways of coping with the new normal, especially in the higher education sector. The pandemic has radically changed the basic operating model of higher education worldwide. It is forcing a rethink and re-evaluation of institutions, universities, classical models as a result of technological disruption and online learning. Higher education institutions realized that a different pedagogy is required for online teaching and that they should focus on the disruptive implications of internet-enabled innovations and its role in teaching and learning. It is to be observed as a call for greater global collaboration between students, academia, and industry. Innovative new forms of collaboration and alternative paradigms are needed to encourage internships, projects, industry interaction, learning, research, teaching, etc. Sharing of knowledge between institutions globally through joint teaching, virtual guest lectures, etc. could give students an enriched global perspective in this difficult time. Due to pandemic, due to constrained face-to-face learning opportunity as a result of the pandemic, an alternative and complementary path to attaining the national gross enrollment ratio target may be open and distance learning. The draft National Education Policy of India assumes that both traditional distance learning and online degree programs will play significant roles in attaining a 50% GER target. Ongoing crisis should be perceived as an opportunity in disguise for long-awaited reforms in higher education. If most of the big universities of the country and the world start teaching online, students will get quality global education in their own homes, and then the concept of the death of distance will become a reality in higher education globally. I'm sure that the presence of such you all to the conference and hope that you will have extremely enriching academic sessions with great experience and takeaway. Thank you all. Over to Khushbu.
So much, sir, for your welcome address. Now, I welcome Shri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management Indore, who always motivates us to strive for excellence, for his opening address. Please, sir.
Namaskar. Chief guest of the program, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasbuddhe, guest of honor, Padam Shri, Professor Dr. Manindra Agrawal, special guest, Professor Ugar Bhuven, keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalay's Honorable Chancellor, Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Vice Chancellor, Shri Upendra Ji Dhar, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Shri Kailash Chand Ji Agar, Secretary Shri Girdhar Gopal Ji Nagar, Treasurer Shri Vishnu Ji Pasari, Joint Secretary Shri Manish Ji Baheti, Committed Director Dr. George Thomas, all the respected trustees of Shri Vaishnav Trust, Dr. Arvind Singh, Joint Registrar Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, people from the all colleges, head of the departments, conveners of the conference, Dr. Kshama Pethankar, Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, all the invited guests, dedicated faculty, staff, media persons, my dear students, and all the delegates present online. I am very delighted to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the International Web Conference Post-Pandemic Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, a New Global Perspective. The main objective of the conference is to motivate researchers and bring forth avenues in higher education, especially in post-pandemic era. created a lot of opportunities, challenges for higher education system. Today's conference will prove to be a milestone in this changing time. Various participants from India and abroad will present, I hope, effective higher education strategies will be discussed and suggested for enhancing the quality of higher education system. The outcome of the conference will help to reform post-pandemic global framework of quality education. With immense pleasure, I want to inform you that Sri Vaishno Institute of Management is accredited in 2 consecutive cycles by UGC NAC, which itself reflects the adherence to the quality measures by the institute. The institute is committed to provide quality education and training to the students. In the same context, this international web conference is organized. In the end, I would like to give my best wishes to Sri Vaishno Institute of Management for successful execution of the international web conference, and would also appreciate their sincere efforts to organize this conference in these challenging times. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. Now, I heartily welcome Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Vaishno Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore, and Chairman, Shri Vaishno Group of Trusts, who has indomitable spirit to serve the society in varied capacities. I would like to request him to enlighten us with his thoughts. Please, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning to all. Chief guest of the program, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICT. Guest of honor, respected Padma Shri, Professor Dr. Manindra Agrawal. Special guest, Professor Dr. Ugar Guyen. Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Dr. Upinder Dhar, Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishno Vidyapeeth University Indore. Sri Devendra Kumar Ji Muchal, Chairman, Sri Vaishno Institute of Management. Sri Kailasan Ji Agar, Vice Chairman. Sri Girdhar Gopal Ji Nagar, Secretary. Sri Vishnu Ji Pasari, Treasurer. Sri Manish Ji Baheti, Joint Secretary, Vaishno Institute of Management. Dr. George Thomas, Director, Sri Vaishno Institute of Management. All the respected trustees of Sri Vaishno Trust. Dr. Arvind Singh, Joint Registrar, Sri Vaishno Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya. Directors and principals from all the colleges, head of departments and conveners of the conference, Dr. Shama Pethankar and Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, all the invited guests, faculty, staff members, media person, students of the institute, and all the delegates present online. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the International Web Conference on Post-Pandemic Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, a New Global Perspective. At the outset, I heartily congratulate SVIM for organizing the international conference on such a relevant theme of post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education, a new global perspective. In this conference, many research papers will be presented on various aspects of higher education from the global perspective. I hope that this effort will definitely help in achieving in the field of research and education. I also heartily congratulate all the participants who will present their research paper in the international conference. I would also like to say a few words about Sri Vaishno Institute of Management. This institute has the credit to be pioneer in starting the postgraduate management program in Madhya Pradesh, India. This institute started with 2 part-time diploma courses and now offer 2 postgraduate programs, 3 undergraduate programs, and a recognized research center of affiliating university for PhD program. During the glorious journey of 34 years of academic excellence, the institute has become a choice in higher education in the country for the management and computer science programs. Carrying the 137-year legacy of Sri Vaishno Trust, Sri Vaishno Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, a state private university, was established in 2015 and offering multidisciplinary programs. The trust is working relentlessly for the upliftment of the society and the country as a whole by providing a state-of-the-art technical, and professional education, health centers, schools, and other services. I sincerely wish that this international conference will be a great success in terms of sharing knowledge and experience and the beginning of a long and good cooperation of all educators and researchers. I once again congratulate and thank all the guests and participants. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the opportunity to welcome Professor Dr. Rupinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya Indore, a visionary and our mentor, and request him to address the audience with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Good morning, chief guest on this occasion, and one of the most dynamic academic leaders in the country today, Dr. Anilji Sahasrabudhe, our special guest, Dr. Manindraji Agrawal, Dr. Govan, Dr. Pradeep Kumarji, Honorable Chancellor, Sri Purushottam Dasji Pasari, Chairman of the Institute, Dr. Devendra Kumarji Michal, Secretary of the Institute, Dr. Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, all other distinguished trustees, Director of the Institute, Dr. George Thomas, guests, delegates, students and friends. As all of us know, we are passing through very hard times. We are experiencing this pandemic for more than a year now. It came to India in February, March last year, and lockdown started first time in March 2020. In first wave, we felt and experienced disruption everywhere. Globally, there was disruption. Even in educational institutions, normal activities were disrupted. But one good thing that happened, that in most of the educational institutions, we shifted to the online mode successfully, so that interests of the students are taken care of. And it was done successfully. No one knew that time that second wave will be more fatal, intense, and we are experiencing not now disruptions but devastation. Many families in totality are wiped out. All members of the family passed away. There are families where one of the members has passed away. In our case, in the case of students, we have found that both the parents passed away. In some cases, both the parents passed away. Only children are left in the family. In many cases, one of the parents passed away. Even in the case of faculty, even young faculty lost their life partners. So this devastation is happening all around. But at the same time, we need not to lose hope. We need to be hopeful. We must be optimistic and look for a better tomorrow. So far our education system is concerned, we have very effective and dynamic academic leaders like Dr. Sahasrabudhe, who are in the driving seat to steer us forward in the whole country. Now, one day, we'll be returning to the campus and we'll find there are some batches which will be visiting the institution, which will be visiting the campus for the first time. They have been, say, admitted last year. Those students who were admitted last year have not visited campus. They have not seen the campus. We don't know about this year. This year again, we are in lockdown. Admissions will certainly happen, but then how and when we will be able to call the students to the campus, that is to be seen. However, it is certain that we'll be returning to the campus. Let us hope for the best and be optimistic, as I said just now. But then I see certain challenges. First challenge is that we have to innovate. There have to be innovations in teaching pedagogy, in the teaching methodology. We cannot continue teaching the way we have been teaching. There would be certain change in the approach. There has to be certain change in the approach. We shall have to innovate the approach to make teaching learning more student-centric. Student centricity will be very important during the times to come. More freedom will be required to be given to the students to share their understanding. That means there will be many sources to gather the information, gather the knowledge, but then for understanding, they will be coming to the class. So classes will be more towards discussion mode. There will be, during the times when we'll be when we'll be going back to the campus, when we'll be able to call the students, classes will have to be more in discussion mode than the teacher-centric mode. Teacher-centric mode will have to go, and there has to have the student-centric mode, which will be more like a discussion mode. Second, innovations will be required in the assessment methods. We cannot continue to assess the students the way we have been assessing. It has to change. Say, I feel that focus may have to shift from long descriptive answers to short explanations. So we may no more expect a student to write descriptive answer for 5 pages, 6 pages, but we may expect him to share the understanding by short explanations. The assessments need to be innovated once we are back to the campus. Thirdly, exposure to industry will become more relevant through long-term internships. Dr. Sahasrabudhe ji, as chairman of AICTE, has already introduced long-term internships, and such long-term internships are going to sustain, and such internships are going to be more relevant during the times to come. That means that integration, that exposure, more exposure to industry will be very much required. We cannot afford to restrict the students to classroom situation only. Students shall have to go beyond classrooms, and therein this long-term internship will be very important. Those days are gone when we used to be happy by saying that, okay, our students have done industrial visit once and twice during the semester. That will not be enough. Just industrial visit will not be enough. Long-term internship will be required to blend the theory with the practice. Fourthly, online classes will be significantly supplemented, or other way around, offline classes will be significantly supplemented by online classes or online mode. So online mode, which we are right now currently during lockdown for last 1 year, more than 1 year using, it is going to stay, it is going to continue, and it will very strongly, very significantly supplement the offline interaction in the physical classroom during the times to come when we are back to the campus. So technology, as all of us know, technology has come to our rescue after pandemic and after lockdown. Physically, we could not meet for a long time. Physical interaction was not possible. Physically, face-to-face interaction was not possible. But this technology came to us, to our rescue. We have been using technology and remaining in touch with each other, not restricting to the country, but across board, internationally. Globally, we have been reaching each other, sharing our understanding, sharing our knowledge, and doing what we have been doing earlier. Only mode has shifted from offline to the online. But so far as the education is concerned, online interaction will return. Nothing can replace online interaction or offline interaction, that is on the campus. In-person interaction cannot be replaced, cannot be removed. But then in-person interaction, that is on offline interaction, on-campus interaction will be significantly supplemented by the online interaction. So this online interaction is going to continue, and Dr. Sahasrabudhe ji has already allowed up to 40% content can be covered through online mode. So technology, we shall have to be technology savvy. We shall have to learn irrespective of the discipline. So technology does not mean only restricted to engineering. It will have to go across discipline. Every one of us have to be technology savvy, have to pick up and learn. Academic institutions shall have to understand the future needs of industry and design the courses and programs accordingly. So needs of we can say the recruiters need to be understood. What industry wants. The involvement of future recruiters, in other words, in developing the curricula and syllabi shall be, I would say, mandatory during the times to come. So we cannot just simply ignore. We cannot simply, as academic experts, sit in the room and believe that yes, we have made the best of the syllabus. No, we shall have to involve the recruiters. We shall have to involve the industry, so that integration with industry will be a must during the times to come after pandemic. Further, faculty will be perceived more as facilitators than the reservoirs of knowledge. So this is a shift that is going to change, that is going to take place. Earlier, faculty was considered the reservoirs of knowledge. They know they are the ultimate. That is going to change, because students will be having many sources to gather the information, to gather the knowledge. But then the faculty's role will change to facilitator. So he has to facilitate. Thus, continuous faculty development programs will be required. Continuous faculty development is required. It will be necessary to empower the faculty to be in a position to clarify the concepts of the students. So students will be coming to class to clarify their concepts. But clarification can be given only when faculty is continuously developed. So faculty development is going to be more relevant now, and it has to be continuous. In other words, students will be having many sources for collecting the information, as we already know, but faculty shall play a significant role in facilitating the conversion of information into knowledge and understanding the concepts correctly. So there is the role of the faculty, to facilitate the student to understand the concepts correctly. Further, I would not like to take more time, because we have very eminent speakers in this session who will be enhancing and enriching our understanding. Lastly, institutions shall have to gear up. All institutions across India shall have to gear up for the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. So this policy has already been approved by the government of India. But now time has come to implement. So for implementation, we have to gear up, we have to be ready. And I would like to emphasize here on quality. Quality of education is the thumb rule. Quality of education will be important, and fate of institutions will be decided based on the quality of education that they are offering. The future is very bright for those institutions which would treat quality of education as the first priority, like a license on road to excellence. So we have to drive on the road to excellence, and the license will be quality. Respect for quality. First priority will be quality. Then we will be easily able to implement various provisions of the National Education Policy 2020. So with these words, I wish all the delegates happy learning during this international conference, and I'm sure it will be a great experience to listen to the stalwarts who have joined us today. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We all are so privileged to hear from our mentors. Once again, I thank you all for guiding and motivating us to stay positive and to improve continually amidst of such challenges for coping the future circumstances. Moving on forward, I'm happy to announce that today's conference has participants from varied backgrounds and professions, making this conference worthy. The conference souvenir throws light on various researches that will be shared in this conference and will surely unfold new avenues. So now, I request all the dignitaries to unveil the conference souvenir. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, coming to the most awaited moment, wherein we all will be honored to listen to our guest of the inaugural session. Firstly, we have with us the chief guest of the session, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, whose efforts in the field of technology has been remarkable. I request Dr. Abhikriti Shukla to introduce our chief guest to the gathering.
I think you leave it out so that we can save some time. We are already delayed by about 10 minutes, so I think we'll skip that and I will straight away start. A very good morning to all of you. It's lovely that a conference of this nature about discussion on post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education, a new global perspective, is being organized by Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, which has a long legacy of more than 130 years. My co-panelists, or whatever you say, guests of honor, guests who have been there, who will be speaking after me, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Professor Ugur Govind, Professor Pradeep Kumar. And from this institute itself, Dr. Upinder Dhar very eloquently talked about the pandemic, the problems that are there, the sad saga that we have been going through, and then what are the opportunities that exist in the future. And Dr. Purushottam Das Pasari ji, Dr. Devendra Muchal ji, Dr. George Thomas, who has been after me for coming to this conference, all of you, I greet all of you on this occasion. And let me move on to, we are talking about post-pandemic, but I don't know when will that post-pandemic come. The pandemic is continuing. There was first wave when from around February, March last year, 2020, to about October, November, we were feeling safe. Now we have crossed that barrier. But come January 21, slightly in Mumbai, Maharashtra, it started off, and again, all over the country, the second wave is sweeping, and it's very unfortunate. Unlike in the first wave, in this particular wave, we have found very dear ones, very young ones also losing their lives. And it's a very sad story, which Dr. Upinder Dhar very pointed out. And therefore, the challenges are enormous. But nevertheless, we are sure this post-pandemic will come someday. May not be immediately, but at least 1 year down the line. Even if third wave comes, we will cross that barrier also. We will certainly, unfortunately, will lose some of our colleagues, friends, relatives, but there will be huge number of people who will survive, because the death rate is only 1%. We have to see the positive part of it. 99% of them are surviving. But we need to take care of ourselves. Let us follow all the COVID norms that are required wherever we go out. We have to take vaccination in our stride and then continue. Now, coming to the new era which is going to come up, fortunately, around the same time, the new national education policy was announced. And that came on 29th of July 2020. But I'm very happy that AICTE started its reforms process way back in March 2017 in one of the EC meetings. We had a clear 10-point agenda, and all of these have become part of the policy. So that is a very lovely thing that has happened. Whether, like Upinder ji told about regular revision of the curriculum, it's not because of pandemic. Even prior to pandemic, this was always the necessity. Whether it is industry interaction, whether it is curriculum being revised regularly, was always the need. But unfortunately, our universities were sluggish, and we gave an impetus by giving an open platform where all the curricula were revised by experts drawn from different IITs, industry people, and said, this is model curriculum. Many times when AICTE gives, people assume that we have to follow it everything letter by letter, word by word. But no, any university which is autonomous has every opportunity to tweak with that. But because they were not doing the curriculum revision, we gave revised curriculum. So you now make your minor changes in that, and all that what is desired has been embedded in that. And therefore, whether it is a mechanical engineering student, electrical, civil, or management or chemical engineering student, we said some courses are going to be relevant in all domains. That is artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, 3D printing, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, cloud and quantum computing, cyber security. I think no one can be untouched by these phenomena. In fact, for example, AI and data science will become part of the school curriculum in the years to come. And therefore, if our universities and colleges do not adopt this, who else will? And therefore, we gave this. But we found that teachers were not trained. They were all the vintage era. Someone graduated 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago, never knowing what are these technologies all about. So we started our programs of faculty development with the nomenclature of Atal Academy. This Atal stands for AICTE's Training and Learning Academy. Atal Academies have been conducting these programs week after week. And in some of the weeks, it's a 5-day program, full week program. And earlier it was in the face-to-face mode. And again, I'm coming to the nomenclatures being used, quite often, online and offline. I have got some disturbed feeling when it says offline. In fact, the face-to-face mode is an online, you are together, but we call that as offline. And the one where we are in virtual environment, seeing to each other only in a photograph or a video, we call that as an online. I think, of course, this is online. We are simultaneously looking at each other, but the right terminology should have been synchronous and asynchronous. Even online education can be synchronous and it can be asynchronous. You can watch those videos. And we were also reading textbooks and reference books after the class is over. That is asynchronous learning. So there is a synchronous learning and asynchronous learning. And therefore, whether you call it real, virtual, online, offline, whatever the mode, all variety of blends have already been talked about in the future. And that is what is the post-pandemic scenario. But what we did using technology is a great enabler. And because our Atal Academy programs of training faculty in all these emerging areas suddenly stopped, we started off on the online mode, and a 5-day full-fledged workshop for faculty members in all these emerging areas. There are about 20 areas which we have identified. And in the last 1 year during pandemic, through 948 programs, we have trained as many as 1,65,000 faculty, and it is a global world record. UK, London has already recognized this. And then we didn't leave at that in all variety of ways. What is also significant and important in the new education policy talks about value system, values, whether it is Indian knowledge systems or in general, the ethics, morals. Integrity is very, very important and crucial for both society, industry, political life, and anywhere in the life. And therefore, how do we inculcate that? And that also we had started 3 years ago in the form of what is known as student induction program of 3 weeks duration. and for training of faculty in all these universal human values. These values are human values and they are universal, irrespective of the region, country, irrespective of the language, irrespective of the food that we eat, the clothes we wear. I think certain values are common for the entire humanity. And these values have to be inculcated amongst our students. So we started this Universal Human Values Student Induction Program, faculty development. And that too also went on during this pandemic, and we have trained 40,000 teachers under this particular category. We have talked about examination reforms. Upinder Darji was again talking about what type of examination system should be there. How do we move away from only rote learning type of questions? They are also required, some of them. You have to remember something. Where our brain should not be kept, vacant, but it should have a lot of content in that. But all the questions which are set should not be based on memory. You can just reproduce and get marks without understanding. So I think moving away from that in terms of Bloom's taxonomy, how you can engage students in terms of evaluation through understanding of the subject, critical thinking, analytical ability, data analytics, mathematical ability, creativity, honesty, integrity, all embedded in the question paper. How do you create such question paper? I think we have this exam reform policy, which is a beautiful booklet, and we have created huge number of question papers and question banks, which are all there in our website. Please refer to them. And if you do some other question, which is much more interesting and which can be put into this, please share with us. And this is what is collaboration. AICTE alone cannot do it. We have depended on all IITs, NITs, ordinary colleges, vice chancellors of all technical universities. All of them came forward. Only then we could make all of this happen. And therefore, collaboration and showing empathy to all those who are having problems is the most important thing. Two other things which I would like to reflect as part of the policy, which is there, which we often talk about a word called inclusiveness. When we say inclusive, this word inclusive has lots of meaning. These different people may take it in different ways, and some of the global ranking systems assume inclusivity or variety or diversity means people from different nations to be studying in one organization or one institution. But our definition is very broad. In our national institutional ranking framework, it is not just nationalities, but different states. Our country has so many 28 states and so many union territories. Each one has its own culture. So getting all the students on board is like getting 35 country students in one place. So that is our diversity. That is our access equity created for anyone and everyone, be it tribals, be it SC, ST, socially deprived sections, poorer sections, women, diversity in terms of gender, and also diversity in terms of other characters which some countries are following, and we were amiss in that. And that is, we started off with Divyangas, which we call today Divyangas. Otherwise, we used to call them physically disabled, then physically challenged, then physically differently abled. And then finally, our Prime Minister has taken a beautiful word, Divyanga. So I think these people are also to be onboarded. We should not be leaving them out. And therefore, we made a committee under the chairmanship of Professor Balakrishnan of IIT Delhi. He was a former deputy director also. And they have given a beautiful setup about not just accessibility in terms of movement in the campus. That we have already made mandated for last 5-6 years. That if you don't have toilets meant for physically challenged, if you don't have access through lift or some kind of a wheelchair from where you can carry them to the second floor, third floor, we don't give approvals to the institutions. But this is in terms of accessibility of different spaces in the organization. But real accessibility is if there is a dumb fellow or there is a person who is deaf or someone who is blind, someone who has some other disability, how we can take care of his education. They have difficulties of a different kind. And therefore, this committee has given beautiful recommendation, which we are going to implement. And to showcase some of the best examples, in every state, we would like to choose some institution who are ready and willing to do that. They will put in some money, even AICTE will support. And at least, if not in all the institutions, at least in every state, there must be 1 or 2 institutions where such students should be in a position to go and study. And that is real inclusiveness. And then we have SLDs. We know that there are specific learning disabilities. We all know about dyslexic children. Some of the the best scientists of the world, they were all dyslexic. they had a lot of problem in understanding mathematics in the beginning. You know, all those, and some people had problem with the words. Jumbling used to happen in their brain, but they created such a research and innovation that we are making use of that today for our technology development. And therefore, how do we take care of dyslexic children in campuses? We had another committee headed by Dr. P.P. Chakravarti, former director of IIT Kharagpur, and beautiful report has come up, and that also we are implementing. And therefore, when we talk about access, equity, and this factor, the other part is there are students who are from rural areas who might have studied in their regional language. You know, they might have studied in Hindi, some of them in Tamil, some in Telugu or Marathi or Kannada or Gujarati or Bengali. But because all the higher education is in English, some of them are left out. And our gross enrollment ratio is still struggling around 26-27%. And our goal is to reach 50% in the next 10 to 15 years. How can it happen? One is the online blended learning, all that what we have discussed, making use of SWAYAM platform, our own indigenous MOOC platform, making more than 20% to 40% of the credits being earned through that. All of that will go on. That is partly brick and mortar universities and colleges and partly the online mode. But the other part, which is significant and important, is how do we give education in the mother tongue? Because our schooling education has to be in the mother tongue so that child, when it shifts from home to the school, it does not get a shock and the transition is very smooth. And most of the primary education we are talking about should be taught in a manner that it is not a burden, not a tension, not a psychological affair where a child assumes that he cannot handle all of this. So tell stories, allow them to play with toys. Even scientific toys are available, so you can make use of all of this so that child becomes more and more interested in learning and create that interest. And that you can create through telling stories, through games, and we have Panchatantra stories. You can create a short video of that and they will enjoy that. And while enjoyment is going on, they will keep learning. And that time they can forget 3-language formula, which our country has been propagating for the last 70 years. We can have 5-language formula. Children at the age of 3 to 10 can learn as many languages. I cannot learn new language so easily. Now I have to struggle, not months, years together for learning a new language. But for a child of the age of 3 to 10, I think you tell stories in different languages, it will collaborate, with other children who know that language and say equivalent words and then pick up. And once you don't insist on reading and writing, child will not get disheartened. You tell stories, they will be interested. But if you say that you write in Tamil, you write in Chinese, you write in in different language, they will find it very great difficulty, and they will be distressed about all of that. And that's what happens in learning sometimes mathematics, in learning history, in learning civics, in learning geography. Because different students, they don't like some of the subjects. Unless you make that interesting and give them story, a toy, etc., they will not be able to enjoy that. And that's what we are doing it in higher education also. How do we make use of teaching in all those respective Indian languages? And SWAYAM courses of the engineering curricula we are translating into 8 languages. AICT has already developed an auto translation tool which gives 90 to 95% accuracy. Now we have expanded from 8 to 11 languages. All major languages of India are covered, and I'm sure by the end of this June-July session, we will have textbooks available. The material of SWAYAM platform in English will be available in those 8 languages first and subsequently in 11 languages, and students can start learning in their own language. And that is true accessibility. That is true taking care of the last man on the street, that we will be able to manage all of that. And therefore, pandemic has helped us. Let us be empathetic to our fellow citizens. And AICT's helpline, and just 3 days back, our minister launched one of the a small app which you can put it on your own server and locally. We have in computing, Manindra is there. So we started with small PC and computers. Then we went to supercomputers. We went to parallel computing. We then went to distributed computing, and all of these technologies are there. So even in the case of our this particular case of helping each other, if the government has to do, it is doing, supplying oxygen cylinders or beds, etc. This being made available, etc. is fine. But at the local level, every college, every university, if you use the app which AICT has produced, we started with our own community, because AICT, some of the employees were having difficulty in Delhi. So, and some of them in other regional offices. This app is a localized app. So all of us who know each other, we will support each other, whether it is in terms of finding a bed or finding oxygen or finding the medicine, or for taking them by transport to the hospital, or giving them food, or even if there is a financial difficulty to them. So this app is one where there are people who require help and people who will provide help. They are going to be linked with each other. And this app, if you are able to use, I'm sure the true empathy which we have to show to our own fellow citizens, we will be able to do that. I can go on, but I have another meeting at 12. It's already 11:58, 59, I think, in my clock. So there is a ministry meeting which Skill Development Ministry is going to hold along with Ministry of Education and AICT. So I take my leave from out of you, and thank you very much for inviting, and let the conference be very successful. Let us learn a lot of things and implement them in real life, real practice. Namaskar.
Thank you very much.
Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank our guest for expressing his thoughts on various upcoming fields that will play a significant role in the coming future, and motivating the education fraternity for collaboration, development, diversified inclusivity, and for institutional social responsibility. I once again, on behalf of our institute, thank him for showing us all a ray of hope to deal with such situations. Thank you once again. The work and contribution of our guest, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Manindra Agrawal, in the field of education and health have set new milestones for the coming generation. Listening to him would be a great pleasure. I request Ms. Ruchira Machal for introducing our guest of honor.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. A very good morning to all. It's my proud privilege to introduce to you all today's guest of honor, Padma Shri Professor Manindra Agrawal, Project Director, C3 iHub Coordinator, Center of Excellence Defense, and Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, who has a rich academic experience of more than 25 years. He was designated as Dean, Resource Planning and Generation, and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. He has served as Deputy Director of IIT Kanpur. Professor Agrawal has also served the responsibility as Dean, Faculty Affairs at IIT Kanpur. He is proud alumnus of IIT Kanpur who has done BTech and Doctor of Philosophy in Computer Science both from IIT Kanpur. Professor Agrawal has been awarded a Clear Research Award for his work in algorithms and computational theory in 2002. He is a recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in Mathematical Sciences in 2003 and IIT Kanpur Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2003. He created the AKS Primality Test with Neeraj Kayal and Nitin Saxena, for which he and his co-authors won Fulkerson Prize and Gödel Prize both in 2006. In September 2008, Professor Agrawal was chosen for the first Infosys Mathematics Prize for outstanding contribution in the broad field of mathematics. He has served on the Mathematical Sciences jury for the Infosys Prize in 2014 and 2015. Professor Agrawal is honored with the 4th highest civilian award in the Republic of India, Padma Shri, in 2013. Recently, Professor Agrawal has published his study in various print media, which is based on Sutra, a mathematical model's prediction of the new peak in active cases of COVID-19, and predicted that the ongoing second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in India may peak between May 11 to 15 with 30 to 35 lakh active cases and decline steeply by the end of May. Professor Agrawal and his team also added the Sutra model's prediction of the new peak insensitive to the daily new infections data. Even little bit of change each day causes the peak numbers to change by several thousands. I now request you, sir, to share your thoughts with the audience. Please, sir.
Thank you, and a very good morning to everyone who has joined this. I am was I gave a presentation in December last year when I talked about the Sutra model and the predictions coming out of it. And I said that we are, of course, not only on decline, but the pandemic is nearing its end in India. Unfortunately, that was not to be. And we all have seen from March this year, there has been a very dramatic rise, especially in the month of April. The rise has been phenomenal, and that led us to evaluate our analysis. And what I'm going to show you today is an updated version of this analysis. Just a few slides for India, for Madhya Pradesh, as well as for Indore. And what I'm going to focus on in understanding exactly what happened and our analysis, we just use the data that gets reported, daily new infections, daily new recoveries, etc. And using that, analyzing that data, we discover certain patterns, and that those patterns tell us how the pandemic is behaving. So let me share. Okay, so I presume everybody can see this is the update on the Sutra model, through the Sutra model, I should say. A very brief recollection to those who were there in the last meeting and those who were not. Even for them, what I'm going to describe is something which should make sense. There are basically in the model, the entire population is divided into 5 different components. S of t is a variable that represents the fraction of susceptible population at time t. So everything is measured in terms of fraction of the population. And this, of course, these changes. So susceptible population is the population which is not yet infected but may get infected in future. U of t is the fraction of infected population, but that is undetected at time t. And T of t is the fraction of detected infected population, so they have been tested positive. R sub u of t is the fraction of undetected removed population. So a lot of infected people who remain undetected and they move to the removed category, that is, they are no longer infected. So those are all accounted for in the variable R sub u, and R sub t accounts for the fraction of removed population that gets detected. So we have these 5 variables, and these variables change over time, and what we can observe is only these 2, T of t and R sub t of t. This is the data that is daily reported. The other 3 variables are not reported. So we have to estimate them. And it has 6 parameters, namely the contact rate beta. This governs the speed at which people get infected. The removal rate gamma governs the speed at which infected people get removed. Eta is mortality rate. The name explains what it represents. Epsilon is the ratio of detected to total infections. So infections that get detected are only a fraction of what actually exists. So the parameter epsilon measures that ratio. C is just a constant. It's not a very minor parameter, so I'm not going to explain this. And rho is the reach of the pandemic. This is also a very important parameter. What it tells us is that what fraction of population the pandemic is currently active at. And this fraction changes with time. It typically keeps on increasing, but it doesn't immediately increase to the entire population because a lot of controls are put in place to stop its spread. So now coming for India, so what we did was we estimated the values of all these parameters. Now remember, these parameters also change with time because the contact rate changes when suppose there is a lockdown that brings down the contact rate. Suppose a lot of people start moving around, meeting each other, then contact rate goes up. Similarly, reach changes over time. As I said, it generally keeps on increasing. So one has to therefore divide the entire timeline of the pandemic into distinct phases, such that in each phase, these parameter values are stationary, but across the phases, they change. And when they change, then there is initial drift period in a phase when the values of these parameters are changing slowly, and then they stabilize for the rest of the phase. So this is the parameter value table for India. India has, according to us, has 9 phases from the beginning of the pandemic. And this first column denotes the start date of each phase. The second column represents the number of days during which the parameter values are drifting, changing slowly. And what I would draw your attention to is the third column, namely how the contact rate is changing. If you see, this is the pre-lockdown period, March last year. The contact rate was 0.33. And after the lockdown was imposed, it came down and stayed very low, 0.15, 0.16, up to October end. Then in November, December, it went up, the 3 months, November, December, January. And then it shot up very significantly in end of February, March. And this connects well with what has actually been observed because of a mutant, which is more infectious, also with people mixing a lot with each other during after February. Both contributed to this significant rise in the contact rate. Then from April, since certain lockdowns, curbs were applied at various places, people also became more careful. The contact rate has come down a little bit. The parameter gamma we fixed to be 0.1 because that's a property of this COVID virus, that typically an infected person can infect others for about 10 days, and that governs the value of gamma, 1/10. And then the last 2 columns, they represent the values of epsilon and the reach. Now, this exact values that are listed here, I would caution, should be taken with a pinch of salt, because it really depends on the calibration. So the model computes all the parameters except this epsilon value in phase 1. That has to be input externally, and this I have given 37 based on some estimations. However, this may not be exact. So once this calibration gets chosen, everything else gets fixed. So if whatever is the right calibration, that would determine the values of these values in these last 2 columns. So these values should only be taken as approximate. However, what is more important is the change in these values that is observed. First thing is that epsilon has hardly changed. Although it's a parameter which can change across phases, it hasn't really deviated much. And coming to the reach, if you see, reach was very small in the beginning of the pandemic up to May. And then it jumped up substantially over the next 2-3 months. That is due to the reverse migration of workers to different parts of the country, also lockdown easing up from July. And then it kind of remained stationary for an extended period. And then jumped again very significantly in March, April this year. And this jump corresponds to the people, a lot of people who were taking precautions earlier. They kind of stopped taking that, and also it spread very significantly into rural areas. So all that combined together made the spread of the pandemic very large. So if you see the last 2 phases, you can see why there has been a very major jump. Contact rate increased very significantly. This means infection started spreading very fast. And reach also almost doubled. That means a lot more population was available to be infected. So these two factors together just caused havoc. On the other hand, if you look at the earlier last year situation when the reach did increase very significantly here, but the contact rate was very low at that time. And that's the reason why the first peak was like gentle and not very high. So with this updated estimation of parameters, this is the prediction that we computed through the model on 29th of April. The blue curve represents the daily new infection curve, and the orange one represents the predictions by the model. And on 29th April, we were somewhere here, and that's the time we predicted that it's going to peak somewhere around 4th, 5th of May, and then follow this trajectory. In reality, it peaked on 8th of May, but the trajectory being followed is very, just like India. Again, you can see that the lockdown phase, very small value of the contact rate. The reach also stayed quite low. Then contact rate increased, and again, the same, pretty much coinciding with what happened with India, 0.39, and then after some restrictions, 0.33. The reach again has jumped very significantly, and that again is really reflecting how things panned out for India in general. And that's because of this very significant peak. And we computed this prediction on 10th of May because the last phase, which started on 21st of April with 8 days of diff. So we needed to collect some stable period data in order to estimate the parameter values of the last phase. And finally, your city, Indore has gone through 8 phases. If you look at the parameter values, they are actually this one in February, it seems to have gone up very high. So what it suggests is that people really started mixing by the middle of February. And for 1 month that continued, and then it came down, I guess, after the infection started spreading, and then lockdowns, etc., reduced it even further. The reach situation is similar, staying low and then jumping up. And this is the plot for Indore that this is the time when some strict lockdown was imposed, so that really flattened this curve and made it bend like this, and that's what the model also predicts. So that's all I had to show you. That's just a quick update on how things have actually panned out for the second phase. Now, regarding the third phase, what one can say is the following, that the second phase is going to give immunity to a large fraction of population. That immunity is going to last for a few months. And if in that period of few months, let's say by October, November this year, we are able to vaccinate a good number of people, say around 50 crores, then the third wave will certainly come, because virus will keep mutating, it will keep trying to infect others. But the severity of this wave will be entirely determined by the size of immune population. That's where I say 50 crore plus people could be vaccinated by November. Then we will have a not very significant third wave. On the other hand, if we are unable to immune a large fraction of population, then we may be in trouble. So that's all I wanted to share with you. We'll be happy to see if there is any query.
Thank you so much, sir. We have been hearing about the data on COVID-19, but you have aptly made us understand the implementation of mathematical sciences and technology that have helped the world to plan for measures to lower the effect of the pandemic. On behalf of our institute, I congratulate you for your contribution to the world. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Our next guest of the session, Professor Dr. Uwer Guven, has marked his excellence across the globe in space sciences, which motivates us to fly high. I invite Dr. Abhikriti Shukla for introducing our special guest.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. It is my pleasure to introduce our special guest, Professor Uwer Guven, to the gathering. Professor Uwer Guven is an aerospace engineer and a nuclear engineer as well. On the international front, he is serving as the Advisory Council member to United Nations Center for Space Science and Space Technology Education in Asia-Pacific region. He is also the member of the Academic Council on United Nations Systems and member of the European Association for International Education. He is currently the Honorary Executive Coordinator of the Indo-French Academic Alliance. Dr. Guven is also the CEO of UK-based aerospace company Prometheus Space UK Limited and executive advisor to several international organizations. Dr. Uwer Guven has 25 plus years of work experience in various countries such as USA, Turkey, India, Mauritius, UK, France, and others. And over 250 plus academic publications comprising of journal papers, conference proceedings, project reports, and books. Sir, to please elevate us with the words of inspiration. Please, sir.
Sir, you have to unmute your mic.
So kindly unmute your mic, sir.
Sorry. So I would like to thank your esteemed university to invite me to this particular conference. I thank the conference organizers and the Vice Chancellor, Chancellor, and all the other esteemed dignitaries for inviting me to speak at this particular conference. So as you're all aware, and especially I want to say this for the benefit of the students who may be listening to us, the pandemic has changed the structure or the foundation of the world in a very profound way. 2 years ago, we woke up to a very different world, which was very, very different. We could travel all we want. We could have interactions on a person very easily. Business was conducted globally very easily. And all of a sudden, the pandemic came, and now the world, which have become truly global, now again became partitioned. Now every nation has closed its borders. I know, for example, for a fact that India hasn't opened full international travel for more than a year. And many other countries have also done the same. So it has made everything become much more difficult in terms of business, in terms of education, in terms of daily activities. Especially when we look at the education sector, almost every university in the world, not just in India, but in UK, in USA, in Japan, and many other countries have gone on to digital education or hybrid education when the COVID situation allows. So I believe it was the Vice Chancellor who said that there are students who have not even seen your campus for the last academic year because it was all being done online. But this is the case all across the world. This is something that the COVID has made mandatory for all of us. This obviously comes with difficulties because speaking online and teaching online is, of course, a mode that we all have to go through right now. But as a teacher of myself for over 20 plus years, I know the difficulties that comes with online teaching as well, keeping the students' attention, being able to read their body language, being able to teach actively while keeping their interest high. That's a real challenge when it comes to online teaching. In spite of these difficulties, also COVID has created a lot of opportunities for the world, for the education sector as well as for the business sector. If you look at the business sector, we see that while a lot of sectors like aviation has suffered a big hit, a big economical damage because of the restrictions caused by COVID, sectors have created a huge boom. We see that some of the companies have almost tripled income and their monetary value after COVID. Like, for example, if you look at organizations like Amazon, who sell products online, this is their golden years. They are selling more and doing more business than they ever did before COVID. For example, I'm from the space sector. When we look at the space sector, we see that the COVID has actually helped so much. I mean, the years, especially this year, 2021 is the golden year for aerospace. While aviation is falling apart, aerospace is doing its best in years. There are more private companies which are earning money from the aerospace sector than ever after COVID. So the presence of COVID has created an opportunity for some sectors, and it has created difficulties and disadvantages for some sectors. In education, like I said, having online education has created a challenge for many teachers, especially to teachers who are not perhaps that well comfortable with online teaching modes. But at the same time, it has created an opportunity. For example, I'm speaking to you from 4,000 or 5,000 miles away, being able to attend this conference due to the digitalization formed by COVID. So we have to look at the both sides of the equation to really understand. Now, what's going to happen in the world? What's going to happen for the education sector? What's going to happen for the business sector? Well, there are a lot of work going around with vaccines. I personally predict, as a professor, that probably by beginning of 2022, the COVID issue may be quite under control for almost many of the nations across the world. But that doesn't mean it's going to be over, because we see new mutations happening every day. They may cause delays with vaccines. But more importantly, I think it was just a couple of weeks ago that was stated by the World Health Organization, new pandemics to come up in the upcoming years. So we have to learn to live in this new world where pandemics can happen even after COVID is somehow finished. So what do we have to do, or what do the students have to do to prepare themselves for this or this new paradigm shift that's happening all across the world? Well, first of all, there's a concept that's being talked about in the world called stack degrees. What is a stack degree? Instead of the traditional degree of the universities where you get credits by attending classes, plus you have to do a certain amount of activities that allow you to create a holistic education, allow you to create a holistic. What does this entail? First of all, obviously, the biggest component is still the universities and the classical education and the credits that's received from classical education. But I believe it was Dr. Dart who also said it, your Vice Chancellor, internships are becoming very, very important in the world now. I myself am an owner of a company. I'm consultant to 10 plus companies also. One thing that companies want when the students graduate, they want to be able to start utilizing them as fast as possible with minimum amount of training. So they want their university education to entail internship as well, so that when the student is graduating, he or she can immediately start working and start creating benefit for the company. So for that, I believe to become a more important part of the education. Many universities across the world and in India offer summer internships, but perhaps now with the COVID pandemic and with the situation, the paradigm shift that's created, now it's also possible to do digital internships in companies. So, for example, my recommendation to the students would be to able to do as many digital internships as they can in summer, in their free time, in weekends. There are many companies who are willing to utilize students that way, and getting certificate for them, which can also stack up education to give you an experience to help you start working immediately in the sector, whatever that you are interested in. Another thing that's important is internationality. Now, before the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of student mobility happening, and I always have been a promoter of international student mobility to allow that student to have a different mindset, to be able to see some other country, some other culture, some other university, some other education system, so that he or she, when they come back, they can become a better student, better person, a better career person. I myself is one of the founders of the French Academic Alliance, I myself created a lot of internship opportunities for students, Indian students, to go to France and do internships plus student mobility. And I brought more French students in the year 2017 and 18 to India than all the past 10 years combined. So what we saw was that the French students who came to India turned back to their country with a very different way of viewing the world. After being in India for a couple of months, creating a semester, finishing a semester, or doing an internship, when they went back, they were much better people, they were much better engineers, they were much better global citizens. And it was the same for the Indian students who went to France. When they came back, they had a very different view of the world, and they also had a better opportunities when they graduated. All of them got really good jobs. Some of them went abroad to do their masters. Many of them got scholarships, and they're all living happily ever after. So internationality is an important part, but now with the COVID, traveling has become a problem. So that's one of the disadvantages with that. But I recommend students, opportunities arise, they should look for some international mobility opportunities, international internship opportunities, even digital ones, if being there is not possible at all. On top of that, I highly recommend students in this stacked degree concept conferences like this one. Try to participate in them, try to publish and present papers in these particular conferences. Even this gives you a certain experience, even this gives you a certain mark on your belt that says that you are different from someone else. I want to give you a very simple example. I'm a consultant to several companies, so when they hire certain positions, they consult me. We had an interesting experience. We were publicizing a good position with good pay, but for young engineers who have just graduated. Applications, we filtered through the applications. Eventually, it came down to two candidates. They both had very good education, a lot of internships under their belt. They had participated in a lot of conferences. They had participated in competitions. They had participated in mobility. So they were almost equal in stature in terms of education, training, experience, etc. So the CEO of the company and the HR head came to me and said, Dr. Guen, they both have equivalent experience, equivalent education, equivalent mobility, internships, competitions, etc. How do we choose between the two? I looked over their profiles. Yes, they're almost having the same level of experience and academic background. One of the students during their education had taken a CPR course for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that became a deal breaker, and we chose the student who had a CPR training. These are both engineers, so they're not required to have CPR training, but that was something extra that student did out of interest. So we chose that student who had a CPR training for that special position, which had a good income and good salary, etc. So the point I'm trying to make is sometimes taking a special course, special online certificate course, doing a special internship, maybe participating in a special competition, maybe participating in this particular conference, additional thing that you can add to your belt, something that can make you stand out from the crowd. Because when a student is looking for a job, the companies, when they look for the students, they say, okay, what makes this student or this applicant different from that applicant? And there, I believe there's a lot of responsibility for teachers, mentors, universities to help the students to diversify there as much as possible. Eventually, like I said, this COVID will end. Eventually, another world will start. Maybe this world will have other pandemics, maybe not COVID, but some other pandemics. But students now have to see this paradigm shift, try to get this holistic education. And like I said, I completely agree with Dr. Dar, your Vice Chancellor. Perhaps the second most important component after the academic, recommend students to get as many as possible. Even PG internships, after they graduate, they can apply to companies 6 months, 10 months, 12 months. and work before they actually start their actual work experience. I myself have provided internships to many students in the past. It helps a lot. Attend conferences, attend competitions, attend all kinds of activities, and try to create a very good CV that puts all of them together. I have one last recommendation to students, especially if you're looking for jobs abroad after graduation. Please create your CV in the Europass CV format, which is the formal CV of the European Union, but it's valid all across the world. Try to stack up your experiences, your knowledge, your skills, your activities, your participations in the CV, so that you have your place in the post-COVID world. That's all I want to say, because I don't want to take too much of your time. I know in India it's almost 12:30. And I again thank all of you for having me in this particular conference. And I thank the students and my colleagues for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for showing a brighter side of the pandemic, where few fields, as you mentioned, aerospace and education, have experienced new developments and achievements. I also thank you for the suggestive measures given by you for enhancing the employability of the students and for their growth and development. Thank you so much once again. The contribution of our next guest, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, has been outstanding in the field of education, and his address will provide new directions of growth and development to the educational institutes. I once again request Ms. Ruchira Muchal to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. I'm delighted to introduce to you all today's keynote speaker, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, President of Indo-European Education Foundation, Warsaw, Poland, who is associated with Institute of Modern Languages, University of Applied Sciences in Nysa, Poland. He is an external expert for Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, Government of Poland, and editorial board member of Journal of World Economic Research, Science Publishing Group, New York, USA, and European Documentation Center and Analysis for Management, Romania. He is an initiator of a global platform business race in changing dynamics of global village and visiting professor in over 25 universities in India, Ukraine, Kosovo, Montenegro, and the European Union, including Poland, Germany, Romania, and Spain. Prior to University of Applied Sciences in Nysa, Poland, he was associated with Lozarski University, Warsaw, Poland, and director of Indo-European Center, director for EMBA online program, and a teaching faculty under Business and International Relations at Vitsula University, Warsaw, Poland, coordinator for Contemporary India Research and Studies and European Union Project at Institute of International Relations, University of Warsaw, Poland. Dr. Pradeep Kumar has published more than 30 articles in various international research journals and edited volumes. Dr. Kumar has received Global Achievers Award 2020-21 for excellence in education in recognition of outstanding professional achievement and contribution in nation building, New Delhi, India, and Best Scholars Award at Vitsula University, Warsaw, Poland. He has initiated academia industry interlinked model of business cooperation from Poland and India. Dr. Kumar is a keen researcher and an academician in the area of international business with practices of international economics, foreign direct investment, and higher education. He leads various research projects and supports business needs in order to fulfill today's requirements of academia and industries. His courses, programs, and lectures are top ranked in Poland, India, Ukraine, Germany, and many other European and non-European countries. Recently, he has contributed a project for Warsaw Stock Exchange dedicated to GPW Growth Project as a consultant and helped many public and private universities in Poland for the survival and enhancement of quality education. I now request you, sir, to please enlighten us with your ocean of knowledge. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such introduction. A very special good morning to all of you from a cold country, Poland. Still, we are under temperature of like 9-10 degrees. So very special greetings. As we are living in the globalized world, the COVID-19 has affected people around the globe, regardless of nationality, level of education, income, or gender. But its consequences are not the same for all. It has affected the most vulnerable hardest. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic severely affected the education sector globally and brought a sudden complete shutdown to Indian education system. As we have seen in many developed worlds, these are used comprehensive instrument in civil societies and as effective tools for gaining knowledge. It was easier to shift traditional learning systems into digital learning platforms. But and to keep that learning or sharing knowledge, what you call teaching and learning process, in order to not let learners suffer during the pandemic, as educational institute remain closed or open with very limited access with virtual classes. So if we consider COVID-19 and its impact, just I would like to take your attention on some researches. The COVID-19 crisis has also exposed the many inadequacies and inequities in our education system, from policies to execution, accessibility of broadband to computers needed for online education, availability of resources to its distribution, and creating learning environment to developing skills. Not only, but the research-based evidence from Poland, Germany, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom indicates that the pandemic is giving rise to learning losses in inequality. Research also shows that children from socioeconomically advanced family or families have received more parental support with their studies during the school closure period, and the losses are found to be much higher among the students whose parents have less education. So most of the kids, most of the children, either at higher school level or the higher education level, they are the most sufferer, those their parents are less educated. Now, let's have a look for Indian situation. Imagine about India, where more than 60% of entire population of 1.4 billion people is not familiar to use digital platforms or internet and even computer in rural areas. It is disaster. It is disaster for the same to feed them with the proper required knowledge and learning during the lockdown and pandemic, when educational institutions are remain closed with uncertainty. The outcomes are likely to be even more acute in middle income and lower income groups, where there is much less technological capabilities and accessibilities. And a larger share of families live below the poverty line. They are most again affected families during the lockdown or during the pandemic period. Now, due to limited resources and lack of knowledge about the accessibility of digital platforms, many schools, colleges, and universities could not offer the digital learning options to their students. Though the government of India launched many programs and apps to support students for learning from home during lockdown, it's not sufficient to enhance the digital education system in the current pandemic period. In diversified characteristics of India, even we heard from previous speakers, India, if we think about India, we are thinking about 35 countries itself. So in diversified characteristics of India, geographical, socio-economical, cultural and multilingual societies where we are living, it is impossible to launch a common platform for the whole country and run it successfully, such as the PME Vidya program, which launched recently and includes many programs such as Diksha, that is a one nation, one digital platform, TV, one class, one channel, Swayam, that is only mocks on various topics, IIT PAL, that is what you call the platform for exam preparations, community radio and CBSE Sikha Wani broadcast, NIOS, that is a study material for different level of students. So though we have taken initiatives, we have seen it depends on the state and the union territories how to provide quality education to its learners in lockdown situations by utilizing all limited resources. As we know, we are suffering from most disaster moment now, and thousands of people, they are losing their life, their loved ones, and we are very much sad by watching and listening these things. But at the same time, we are also counting that how India has progressed and how Indian education is going to change in coming days, because that is the only tools or instrument to make India as Atmanirbhar or self-dependent. What I can see, education is the key factor for economic growth and enlightening about the absolute development of a nation. India moved from a nation with 12% literacy in 1947 to 74% literacy rate as per the 2011 census. Gross enrollment ratio, primary and secondary male percentage in India was reported as 86.54% in 2017. India has the largest world population of about 500 million in the age of 5 to 24 years. Total enrollment in higher education has been estimated to be 37.4 million in 2019. If we consider about the budget, let's go for the Indian education sector was estimated and US dollar 91.7 billion in 2018, US dollar 101.1 billion in 2019, and is expected to nearly double, around 180 billion US dollar by 2021. But are we processing that to reach on the similar numbers if pandemic is giving such impact to our society or education system? That is the question next. Also, our 250 million school going students, more than one other comparing with entire world, it is just like one country. It also has one of the largest network of higher education institutions in the world. There are 993 universities, 39,931 colleges, and 10,725 stand-alone institutions. Plus, many of them, they're coming up. Despite this largest size of sector, where I would like to take your attention, that the gross enrollment ratio, GER, for the higher education in India for the year 2018-19 has reached to 26.3%. This is an increase over the previous years and is in line with the increasing trend over the year. In 14-15, it was just 24.3%. So for international comparability, GER has also been calculated taking 18 to 23 years population, and it comes out to be 30.6% all India level. The aim is to increase GER in higher education, including vocational education, to 50% by 2035, according to National Education Policy 2020. That we have also heard our previous speakers that this is the time to implement new education policy 2020 immediately without thinking, because policy has been already approved by the parliament. This means that as many as 74 students out of 100 students in the age of 18 to 23 are not enrolled in the higher education in 2019. And even we achieved the target goal of 50% by 2035, advertised by the Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now it is Ministry of Education. Still 50% will not enroll for the higher education. Now for 2020, GER for the higher education for India would be 30.6%, which is just higher than Pakistan and Bangladesh, and much lower than other Asian and developed countries such as China, South Korea, US, UK, Canada, Germany, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Iran. So if you are comparing that kind of data, it gives very sadness to us that at least in India, still we are not able to provide enough places for higher education enrollment. It was the scenario before the pandemic, which makes India as most illiterate country in the world. In the country's situation or current situation is getting worse. In particular, when learner is the most marginalized group who do not have access to digital learning resources or lack the resilience and engagement to learn on their own, are at risk of failing behind. Such learning loss will lead to a skill loss. And as we know, the skills, when we lose, means we are losing productivity, means lower future earnings. So the impact of this loss is for millennium or for the century. Despite all those obstacles, India is moving towards digital India. Through it needs time and investment to develop psychology as well as infrastructure for digital education. Especially a country like India, where education is not only going to classroom or going through a digital learning platform, but it is also about discipline, development, curiosity, creativity, and path of, as we know, if you want to get better life, you should get better education. So in other words, in order to make all this happen in this digital India and make education more easy and accessible to all based on one nation, one education, following strategies should be adopted by the government of India on urgent basis. I may give few of them that can be improve the schooling system in rural India. Integrate them with technology. Bring technology in the real-time education system and integrate it with India's need. Developing digital classroom in rural and urban India is very necessary. Implement a skill development program at all levels, schools, colleges, universities. Provide vocational training to rural students and teachers, where infrastructure to the educational institutions are just for the namesake. And most of them do not even know how to use computer or laptop to conduct classes online. To create virtual labs at all levels, schools, colleges, universities, vocational institutions, etc. Because these are the things which are needed immediately. Make more that education is accessible to everyone by using web portals, mobile apps, TV channels, radios, podcasts, etc. in order to stop dropouts. To develop a quality e-content, to develop a digital learning platform accessible within and outside the classroom, provide support for the poorest, having no accessibility of electronic devices such as laptop, computers, smartphones, ityadi. If you are looking further, etc., you are finding that the urban areas are quite good doing, but if you are looking for the rural areas, the situations are worst. Therefore, to reduce reverse the long-term negative effect, India and other the affluent lower middle income countries, or as well as we can count it the lower income countries, which are likely to even hardest hit during the pandemic, are in need to rethink and reform their education policies. By maybe we can here think about following measures that might be to implement learning recovery programs, those they have lost. It will allow students who have fallen behind that they need to catch up to expected learning targets, to increase educational budgets, to ensure a resilient recovery. It is essential that the education budget is protected, it is increased, and financing the most which are in need. Most vulnerable students, government should prioritize by directing much of the funding and resources to support schools, delivering remote instructions, particularly if those schools are serving high poverty and high minority populations, to provide incentives and scholarships to encourage students to remain in school. Incentives such as scholarships may need to be implemented for encouragement for the students to enroll in the higher education, to prepare for further, getting shocks, as we have discussed earlier, that pandemic COVID-19 is getting over, but then other pandemics are just knocking the door. So how we are going to get ready for it? So building back better system. We would not only recover from the pandemic, but we use the experience to become better prepared for a future crisis. To support the aim, countries need to build their capacity to improve blended models of education in the future. The schools and colleges should be better prepared to switch easily between face-to-face and remote learning as needed. And one more I would like to give the last here, the point that India must think how to utilize this pandemic as profitable situation, how it can be turned out that India is getting more benefit when out of 100, 74 students, they are not able to get enrolled in the higher education system due to lack of places and lack of universities. How to integrate them in the system by providing the highest education degrees. What more, Indian government may think to launch a program called or kind of Erasmus Plus program, which has been running since longer in Europe, in the European Union, which will allow institutes to be attractive. The students can have mobility between the universities, and the different professors, different lecturers, they can deliver classes virtually or physically. So that will also allow students to be more motivated and integrated in the demand of international requirements. So these are the facts what we supposed to consider. And integrated programs can help to entire world, even because now in Europe, probably most of you are known for that Erasmus Plus mobility program has been changed. Before, the mobility for a teacher to the other university was just to visit there physically, deliver lectures, and done. Now we have to conduct virtual classes as well as physical classes. So both are compulsory to conduct. So this is the new mode which is coming up. And I think these are the points we should consider, that pandemic will be over, and our knowledge are not going to be over. The learning process are not going to be over, and it is going to be improved. So thank you so much for the invitation and giving me such opportunities to present my point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for throwing light on the concern regarding the challenges faced by the school students and their parents. I also thank you for sharing the ways for improving the quality of education in school and higher education institutes, and for suggesting measures to deal with such challenges and reform the education in India. Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to such towering personalities and gain insights from them. Now I request Shri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, Secretary, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, to propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning to all. Chief guest of the program, Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe. Guest of honor, Padam Shri, Professor Dr. Maninji Agrawal. Special guest, Professor Ogru Govenju. Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumarji. Our Trust President and Chancellor of Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari. Vice Chancellor, Shri Upenji Dhar. My executive members, Shri Devenji Muchal, Shri Kailash Chandji Agar, Shri Vishnuji Pasari, Shri Manishji Baheti, respected all the trustees, Director, Shri George Thomasji, Shri Arvind Singhji, Mrs. Pethankar, all the respected guests, delegates, principals from all the colleges, all staff members of my college, and dear students. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks toward all our respected guests for taking out their valuable time for international conference on pandemic paradigm shift in higher education, a new global perspective, thrown light on challenges and opportunities in higher education. I am again grateful to all the dignitaries, media, and all the participants who will present their papers in this international conference. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
So much, sir. I express my sincere thanks to all the virtual audience for being a part of our inaugural session. Further, after this session, we have a plenary session followed by 5 parallel technical sessions scheduled at 2:30 p.m. IST, and then we have a valedictory session scheduled from 5 p.m. IST. The plenary session will continue through the same link, and you can join the valedictory session also through the same link. The links for the technical sessions have been already sent to the delegates, though for your ready reference, they are also made available in the chat box. You can join the respective technical session for your paper presentation. I request everyone to be a part of the plenary, valedictory, and technical session of the conference to grab fruitful takeaways. I thank all the guests, dignitaries, delegates, teachers, and their students for their presence in the inaugural session. Now, to conclude the inaugural session, I request everyone to rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
जय 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 जय
सर बधाई बहुत बहुत अच्छे कार्यक्रम के लिए।
थैंक यू सर। और अभी प्लेनरी सेशन शुरू होने वाला है, तो स्पीकर सभी ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है ऑलरेडी, तो हम लोग इमीडिएटली स्टार्ट करेंगे सर प्लेनरी सेशन।
ओके
ओके सर।
क्योंकि सर 1 बजे का टाइम था हमारा, सो वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट द प्लेनरी सेशन नाउ सर।
यस यस
यस।
ये भी देखो अभी इसको, अभी तो एक बार कर दे इसको, बाद में काम तक चलने वाला है। कर दिया मैंने।
Let's start, sir.
Yeah, please start.
Okay.
Thank you,
Very
Dr.
warm good
Thank you so much.
afternoon to all. On behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, I welcome you all to the plenary session of the International Web Conference on Post-Pandemic Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, a New Global Perspective. We have a pool of experts with us for the plenary session to share their thoughts and experiences. At the start of the session, I welcome our guests, architect Dr. Harpreet Seth, urban designer and educationist in architecture, Harriet Watt University, United Arab Emirates. Mr. Hemant Sharma, architect and hands-on technology leader for software integrations, refactoring and modernization, United States of America. Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena and Rama Rao Chair Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Dean R&D, HOD, Department of Commerce, and Chairperson, Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skills Development, School of Management Studies, Varanasi, India. And Professor Dr. Hemachandran K, Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, Watson University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Now it's time to welcome all our plenary session guests, for which I request Dr. George Thomas, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, and Chairman of the conference, to welcome our guest, Architect Dr. Harpreet Seth. Please, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, to welcome Mr. Hemant Sharma.
Welcome, sir.
I now request Dr. Shama Paithankar, Head Department of Computer Science and convener of the conference, to welcome Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena. Also request Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head Department of Management and convener of the conference, to welcome Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh.
Welcome, sir.
And I request the co-conveners of the conference, Dr. Dhanshi Nagar and Dr. Ekta Agrawal, to welcome Professor Dr. Hemachandran K.
We welcome you, sir.
Thank all the dignitaries for doing this honor. Heading forward, now I call Dr. Dhanshi Nagar, co-convener of the conference, for her opening remarks for the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. distinguished luminaries and respected delegates of International Web Conference, honorable speakers of plenary session, Professor Dr. Harpreet Seth, Mr. Hemant Sharma, Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena, Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, and Professor Dr. Hema Chandan K, faculty colleagues, and dear participants. Good afternoon to one and all. I welcome you all in the plenary session of International Web Conference on post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education and new global perspective. Today, the entire world is going through a very challenging time. COVID-19 pandemic has hit the global economies and almost all the sectors of the countries. It has affected the educational system worldwide, leading to near closure of the educational institutes and transforming traditional classrooms to virtual classrooms. The pandemic is not over yet. The online education is and will be the new normal. Instructors will need to keep themselves abreast of newer knowledge, teaching, and classroom engagement of students along with skills building. Learners, on the other hand, will have to prepare themselves with technical upgradation and crisis management for sustenance. I feel this conference is a right platform to understand that this pandemic has created a parallel opportunity in the form of virtual education. We are honored to have such an eminent speakers for this plenary session, who will be sharing their valuable insights on conference theme. I'm sure this plenary session is going to be a great learning for all of us. So let's proceed further for a value-added session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. For initiating our plenary session, I request Ms. Ruchira Machal to introduce our first speaker, Architect Dr. Harpreet Seth.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. It is my immense pleasure to introduce to you all our distinguished guest, Dr. Harpreet Seth, urban designer and educationist, head of architecture, Harriet Watt University, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Harpreet Seth began teaching design and theoretical courses at Harriet Watt in 2013 with a teaching experience of more than 15 years in UAE. In addition to teaching the architectural engineering courses at Harriet Watt, she was instrumental in establishing the new architecture program at the Dubai campus, teaching architectural design studios, organizing design competitions, and juries with industry partners. She also supervises PhD and MSc students with a keen interest in the built environment. Her first degree in Bachelor's of Architecture from Chandigarh College of Architecture, followed by Masters in Architecture from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and PhD from Wolverhampton University, UK, with a specialization in urban designs. She steered her own practice in architecture and interior design in Dubai for a decade before full-time joining the field of academic teaching. She has taught at some of the noted institutions in UAE, including Ajman University of Science and Technology, University of Dubai, and ECMIT. She has been awarded the Fellowship Higher Education Academy from UK, well known for her studio project-based teaching and learning approaches and her innovative teaching in architecture. She has won her many accolades, including EIGS Graduate Award and Learning and Teaching Oscars from Harriet Watt University. She completed the postgraduate certificate in academic practice from Harriet Watt University, UK. She is a member of the Council of Architecture in India and Association of Professional Interior Designers in UAE. Her research interest continues to be the microcosm of built structures within the macro-urban setting that is focused on people and creating more livable environments, including new iconism in young cities, a perspective from nascent cities like Dubai. Cognitive spaces in educational landscape, understanding potential of unbuilt spaces, innovative learning and teaching approaches in architecture and design, creativity culture in project-based learning in design. I now request you, ma'am, to please throw light on the topic, emerging trends in higher education with new normal. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. I'm actually joining you from Dubai, and thank you for a very, very warm welcome. I can feel the Indian warmth and love coming across right to Dubai. Thank you so much. And before I begin the presentation, I would actually like to share my screen with all of you. I think being an architect, it's very important that whatever dialogues and conversations we have they are always visual. And I think a visual message will always be so much more stronger. And that is very important to me as an architect. So I'm pleased to be here with all of you. I think I had a very comprehensive introduction, so I don't need to really introduce myself, but I am an architect at heart. I am from India, a very proud Indian, but I have been in Dubai for more than 25 years, and I'm presently the head of architecture at Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. The Heriot-Watt University actually has 5 global campuses, and we are one of the campus in Dubai. The architecture program actually sits within Energy, Geoscience, Infrastructure and Society, which is essentially a school of built environment. We are comparatively a young program. We started 6 years ago. And what really brings me with you today is I have honestly, being an architect, we have for the past 1.5 years faced challenges, because in architecture, what is really primary in exchange of ideas and architectural education is studio-based teaching. So what we've really realized is that in the studio-based teaching, we had to exceptionally be very adaptive and adapt to an environment which we were really not prepared for. So what I'm going to really be talking about is from the perspective of architectural education, but I believe it is relevant to any education for any program anywhere in the world. It is not architecture specific. It is not really Dubai specific. So I'm talking about progressive studio pedagogy in responsive blended learning. So our university shifted to RBL much soon last year around May, which was a combination of face-to-face and online teaching. Essentially, as a program, we are actually sitting within an urban laboratory, which is Dubai. And the entire vision for the program right at its initiation in 2015 was how the program and the teaching and our graduates can be adaptive. How can we offer a collaborative environment, an environment which is also innovative? So this is what we had set out, and how were we going to operate within this environment the moment we shifted to a very unique setting of architectural education. So what we have learned in the past 450 days, which is essentially from March 2020 to today. So we've already offered 3 semesters of RBL teaching. What we as a university and a program realize is it is now about shaping our tomorrow together. And what becomes even more important, this was the Heriot-Watt strategy 2025, and then the pandemic happened. It becomes even more important that we offer education which is inspiring, which inspires our students to be lifelong learners. It is very important, even more so in the post-pandemic, that we offer opportunities, and the importance of how collaboration ever more has become important. In this post-pandemic or pandemic situation, I'm not really sure if it is post-pandemic right now, but how do we offer these opportunities to give a sense of belonging? And when I come to my next slide where we talk of the challenges, this has been a huge challenge for essentially our young, fresh students who really did not get a chance to feel that what community or the architecture, become a part of that architecture community. And very, very important, how do we celebrate when all around you, you hear stories which are full of despair, all of us facing personal challenges as faculty, we have families, students facing challenges, and then creating those opportunities and moments where students and faculty together can celebrate. So as D6 architecture, D6 is just because we have many disciplines within the School of Built Environment. So we are D1 and then we move on to D6. So we are D6 architecture. So essentially, we still strive to create a community of innovators, explorers, and makers. And what we are really striving for, which is a vision we do not want to compromise on, and no educator should have to compromise on that, is to have creative, critical thinkers. We must make sure that the specialist expertise which comes from industry remains a core of every single program, every single educational system that we have across the world. And in doing this, we are allowing our students to address these contemporary issues, use advanced technology more than ever. We've all had to adapt to technologies. It creates anxiety, it creates nervousness, but we have been left with no choice. And this is the time, probably which was long awaited, that we all need to embrace technology fully. And very, very important is, more than ever right now, I think all of us need to start working, thinking, becoming sensitive to the contexts that we work within. Even though the global challenges remain the same, the context and having that, being sensitive to where we work is very important. And most important, I think now is the time for all of us from various disciplines, could be AI, could be robotics, could be chemical engineering, could be architecture. All these disciplines need to come together to make a positive change and impact. So moving on, just try and create a shift of scenario, the sudden urgent shift that happened. Studio-based teaching was all about learning and teaching within a studio environment. So this was my studio in the university last year, last year. An architecture design studio is actually the heart of architectural education. The students are working here, sometimes probably even sleeping here, they're playing here, they're making here. And it's so important that the teaching is actually not only one-way channel between the faculty and the student. There was a lot of peer-to-peer learning happening within the studio environment. So this was, and what we knew as normal was what studio-based teaching was all about. Studio-based teaching essentially even today remains very experiential. It is about experiencing, feeling. Unless you feel how a user feels in a space, you're never going to be creating a design which is appropriate for that user and space. It is very, very process-oriented. It is not about the final product. It is about the process. It is a lot about hands-on. You're touching, you're feeling, you're making. And very important, it is about peer learning. So essentially, within this studio-based teaching, you're making, you're thinking, you're constantly prototyping, you're ideating, and then you're sharing and expressing the ideas within this studio environment. So essentially, we treated our design studios like design laboratories, where our students were experimenting, they were exploring, and they were expressing. And how were these design laboratories going to survive in this present new normal was a challenge that we faced. Essentially, what was still important to us as an outcome of these design laboratories was that our students still remain critical thinkers. Yes, we're facing a global pandemic. What do we do? What are the risks they're ready to take? How are they able to communicate, feel, being lifetime learners? So it became very important for us that inventiveness, that investigative and technical rigor, we did not lose it just because we were shifting to a mode which was RBL. The student experience still remains at the heart and core of our entire education, and it is all about how the students are making a commitment, that sense of creating a community, a celebration. They're fully engaged. It is not about our students being present within the studio environment. It is about them engaging, inspiring themselves, and also inspiring their peers. Very, very important. How do they step out of their comfort zones and challenge themselves so that they can grow personally and professionally? So how did this really shift? So this was what we had been doing successfully, providing our students with excellent educational experience, learning and teaching experiences which were not only unique but very fulfilling. And then March 2020, everything changed. Suddenly the university shut down, and what the faculty and students had to immediately do would be adaptive. And I'm very proud to say, I think right across the world, not only architecture program in Heriot-Watt, we have shown exceptional resilience. What got impacted was student and staff well-being. It is not actually only about the students. It is actually also about the staff. Face-to-face sessions were lost. Those interpersonal dialogues, that interpersonal skills were beginning to get lost. They suddenly moved to a virtual environment. We definitely did see our student performance beginning to drop because of various reasons, because of personal challenges, could be financial, could be health, could be family challenges that our students started to face, including faculty, and student performance began to drop. And I said right at the beginning that hands-on approach is so important. So the students did not have access anymore to the laboratories or to the workshops. They designed workshops where all their tools and equipment was. Students, even faculty, sometimes began to face online anxiety, long screen hours. So what did we immediately do? We started to offer, we always did, but we started to offer more personal tutoring sessions, and the university started shifting and created a proposal for what is called as the academic safety net. So what has shifted? The first thing that we realized, and the experience we created for our students, was it was all about us being together. So the together mode was definitely on. And this is a picture of one of the virtual design crits, a jury that we have, where we invite external jurors to review the students' work. And what did this offer us? I'm not saying we were 100% successful. We attempted and we were successful in certain areas, not successful in certain areas. Our industry links grew even stronger. They became global. We have the expertise that we need for every single design studio. We have all our partnerships are stronger than they have ever been because of us being on this virtual environment. Because as a program, we essentially want to remain very strongly grounded in practice. These external collaborators are very, very important to us because that offers our students real life problems and solutions and design projects to address these real life problems. So in 2020, 2015, the picture on the left, which is essentially for illustrative purpose, which is pre-pandemic, that kind of a setting immediately shifted into a virtual environment. And you can begin to see that in certain juries and crits, we've had speakers, we've had jurors from all over the world, which was not possible within a physical setting. This is actually what has been very, very innovative in the way we shifted into this new means of offering effective architectural education. So the first one was design clinics. So what we realized very early on when we shifted to the RBL mode was that everything was a scheduled meeting. It was very formal. It was a conversation across a screen between a student, a group of students and faculty. We had completely lost on informal conversations within the corridors of the university over a coffee machine, and the students and faculty really missed that. And those conversations could be happening between a faculty and a student who are not within the same studio, who are not within the same stage of sorry, can we just pause? You've not been seeing the presentation? Sorry, can somebody confirm you could not see the presentation right from the beginning?
No, ma'am. We can just hear you, but we
oh my
see your
God.
presentation.
Oh, that's so sad. Serious? Can we just pause for a minute because I do not. So are we not allowed to share our screens?
We are.
No, you are very much allowed, madam.
Okay,
You
let's
will
try
have to
again.
share the screen from your end.
I am. So this is technology at its best right now. Yeah. Oh my God. So I was talking to you guys without presenting.
But we enjoyed it, ma'am. We could imagine.
But I'm very sad now.
How do it again?
Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh my God. You know, I'm going to be very upset with my husband who was listening to me and who knew I had prepared a presentation, and he said nothing all this time. Okay. You know what? I'm extremely sorry. My apologies. Challenges of technology. because all this time I was thinking you could share you could see the screen. Can somebody please confirm? Can you see the first slide which says 21st May 2021? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, oh my God, because I will be honest, without the presentation, it is not going to have the impact that I wanted it to have. So we'll quickly run through the slides and I will move on. So this was where I was talking about my introduction. I started to talk about, so whatever work I'm showing you is actually all the students' work. So this is my topic for today, which is Progressive Studio Pedagogy in Responsive Blended Learning, which is the format our university has shifted to. This was about the university and the vision that we have set for the program, where we are offered this exciting opportunity to be working in this urban laboratory, which is Dubai, and how the vision was about always being adaptive, always being collaborative and innovative. And I think ever more so now, all these become even more important. And then I was talking to you all about how post-pandemic and even in the present pandemic situation, we all need to be working together, shaping the tomorrow together, and all the more important to inspire, collaborate, belong, and create that sense of belonging and create those opportunities for our students and us to be able to celebrate. So this is our program, which is T6 Architecture. It sits within the School of Built Environment, and how what we have as the core and the heart of the program remains so important. And I was highlighting how more than ever, us being collaborative right across disciplines, could be any discipline, could be AI, robotics, architecture, we all need to be working together. This was the picture of when I started explaining what studio-based teaching is all about and how the architecture design studio has been and will always remain the core of the architectural education. And then within studio-based teaching, when I started talking about the experiential, the hands-on, the peer learning, the thinking and the ideating that happens within the studio. So these are all pictures obviously from previous years, not this year, where students are makers, they're sketching, they're exploring, we take them for field trips. And very, very important was how the studio environment offers a design laboratory where the students can begin to experiment, they can begin to explore, and they can begin to express. And within that context, them remaining critical thinkers, this would be a real life situation, which I would never want to replace it with anything. But within the challenging situation that we find ourselves, we are striving to make sure that we deliver the student experience where they are constantly engaged, not an easy task, they're inspired and they're ready to challenge themselves. And then I started talking about the challenges that we face. And when we are left with no choice, we have to be resilient and adaptive. And we've seen that right across communities and right across globes. This is where I'm now trying to show you how that shift happened from what we were and we were so embedded in, and then within just a couple of weeks, everything shifted. And today we realize that the student experience that we strive for is a possibility in creating this together mode on. I didn't save this. It was a jury going on. Students are beginning to explore, have fun in the different virtual platforms that are offered to them, and how these industry links, which are, because our entire curriculum is very industry informed, how these industry links are so much more strengthened, and we can begin to see that our outreach and our partnerships are becoming more and more global. And the reason for that is, in a physical setting, obviously there were limitations, but now we can have these external collaborations and our jurors and these specialist practitioner expertise coming into the program, which can be from anywhere in the world. So this particular design jury, which is a picture on the right-hand side, we actually had jurors from Spain, we had jurors from India, we had jurors from US. So it was covering all these different time frames. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I was here where I was talking about the design clinic. So we started to offer these informal setting of a corridor where on a day in the week, all the faculty from the entire program and any student could drop in and off as they pleased without a formal schedule or an agenda. So they got to speak to the faculty as if they would when they met them in the corridor and not within a scheduled timetable classroom setting. The second thing that we did was, can I just confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you. The second thing that has been very innovative and very successful is what we call as design clusters and design pods. What our students into the RBL format we realized was, if there are a group of 20 students sitting together and then presenting and having conversations where a lecture is being given and design studio is very hands-on, they're sharing sketches, we are trying to draw on those sketches and give them feedback. So this is one of the sketches done by me when we were speaking to the students, giving them feedback. They requested for smaller clusters, smaller pods, where a group of 20 students could be put together in a group of 4 to 5, which we called as the design breakout clusters and pods, which is very, very successful and a practice that we continue to use. We also offered the students a D6 toolbox because the shift was so sudden, where if they struggled with certain softwares or certain platforms, this toolbox came to their aid, and not only for the students but also for the faculty. And what I believe is, in this extremely challenging situation, we were able as a program, through our architectural education and those innovative strategies that we use, we were able to create a huge community impact. We always had public lectures as a part of the program where people from all over the world joined. But this year, in this last academic year, our entire speakers were from all over the globe, and our outreach was much, much bigger. In fact, for some of our public lecture series, we had more than 150 students, parents, faculty joining us from all over the globe. So this was not an opportunity which was offered to us when we were actually working within a physical setting. We also began to offer what is called as design workshops. Now, this is not only to market the program, but it was also a means of reaching out to more and more high school students. It has become so ever more important that we begin to create these shared platforms. These students had just moved into a physical setting, socially distanced. Occupancy was, I don't remember, maybe 30 to 50% at that time. And us offering this hands-on workshop to the students was not only engaging, it inspired them. So we've offered many, many workshops, design workshops to students. And this is not the time to be thinking about what can I do for my students, my program. It is about what we can do for the community around us, for students, for parents, for teachers, everybody around us. So we had successful workshops. We did your Build Your Hive, Build Your Skyscraper, all which were virtually done. And I'm going to be very honest when I say, if 2 years back you had asked me, can you have architectural education and studio teaching on a virtual platform, I would have said no. Can you offer a virtual design workshop? I would have said no, because we were absolutely embedded in this idea that it had to be done in person. Another thing that really encourages us even today is we were able to organize architecture festivals. We were able to continue, and Dubai has done exceptionally well in being able to do that. And that has actually kept the entire well-being of the community very, very healthy. We continued with panel talks, which were obviously socially distanced, but these offered moments of celebration for both the speakers and everybody who was engaged in these moments where we could continue having these exchange of ideas. And what I will really want to highlight and add here is it's very important that we continue to build on the diversity of our faculty, of our students, of our disciplines. It is offered to us right across the globe. It does not really need to be within our own institutions only. In an architectural program, office visits, virtual visits, being at the site, feeling different times of the day, we immediately shifted to different softwares which could offer these experiences to our students, irrespective of them being in Dubai, because a lot of our students are not in Dubai anymore. And most importantly, what was really the highlight of the program was the design showcase at the end of every single academic year, We did not sit back and say we cannot do it. We struggled, but eventually we converted all our design showcases into virtual exhibitions, which are now forever available on our platforms. So it was not a single day design showcase. It is a legacy which is always there for our students, for our program, and for our faculty member. So I think I really took a long time. If I did, I really apologize. I think what we really need to do as educators is to create opportunity out of the challenges that we face. Yes, we were a machine-based. Our students never really thought they could do without a laser cutter or a 3D printer. But yes, when this challenge offered itself, we completely shifted to handmade models, them becoming even more hands-on. And these two pictures are actually models which are made by the students. And probably our real world is going to be today virtually real for some time to come. So I'd like to end my presentation by saying, in the morning, somebody used this word, empathy. I think it is very, very important. We remain compassionate to ourselves, our faculty, our students, our institutions, our entire globe. We remain positive, resilient. Yes, we need to adapt, and the better and sooner we surrender to that and accept it, easier it will be. We are all in this together, and we can shape the tomorrow together. We must continue to share. We must make sure our graduates are the future innovators, leaders, and thinkers, and then we are ready to create that positive change and positive impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for emphasizing on collaborative learning, highlighting on creating opportunities through innovation and technological upgradation amidst the challenges to create a positive impact on the world. Thank you for sharing with us the ways of experiential learning for personal and professional upliftment of our students and even the faculty members. Thank you so much once again, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. I really enjoyed being with you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Now, I request Dr. Abhikriti Shukla to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Hemant Sharma, to the gathering.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. It is my honor to introduce distinguished personality, Mr. Hemant Sharma, to the gathering. Mr. Hemant Sharma is a seasoned architect and hands-on technology leader for software integrations, refactoring, and modernization, especially in the domain of healthcare. With more than 22 years of experience in software development industry, he has undergone technology intensive as well as strategic management roles, especially with onshore, offshore models, while fostering business relationship with stakeholders at different levels in customer organizations. At present, he is working as software architect with NetSmart Technologies Corporation, a healthcare software company headquartered in Kansas City, Missouri, USA. Before joining NetSmart in July 2020, he has worked with Impetus Technologies for more than 20 years in different capacities as software engineer to director of engineering and different locations including Indore, Noida, and USA. He holds a degree of BSc from Holkar Science College and MSc from Institute of Computer Science, Electronics and Instrumentation from DAVV, Indore. During initial years of his professional career, he worked as lecturer and visiting faculty with different institutes in Indore. He worked as full-time faculty with IPS Academy Indore during 1997-98 and also holds credit for initiating computer animation and graphics at EMRC Indore. Later, in 1998, he joined Thyron Informatics and stepped into software development. At present, he is residing in the city of Springfield, Missouri, USA. I now request Hemant sir to address the gathering on the topic Emerging Trends in Higher Education with New Normal. Please, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the detailed introduction. It has been a long time, actually. I see myself back into this group where you're having a lot of people from education, from colleges, universities. So it has been a while, and I'm very excited to be with this group. Of course, this is 3 a.m. for me, and I'll try to keep myself awake while I'm talking. So, yeah, thank you for providing the opportunity to participate in this conference and share my thoughts regarding the impact of ongoing pandemic on higher education. If I go back to the my college days, I think we have gone through blackboards, then green boards, and whiteboards, and overhead projectors, and PowerPoints, everything. And I think that whatever changes we have seen in this way of teaching, they have been really gradual changes, nothing like a drastic change. So if you look at the COVID-19 pandemic, if you see that it is much more than public health crisis with severe economic implications and major disruptions in every sector of the life. And we know that for the human mankind, actually, if there is a major disruption, then usually it will lead to some chaos. And once it is chaos, then everything is unorganized, everything feels like, how do we get out of it? And then we are into a world of new opportunities. So same thing we can expect from this pandemic also, that it is leading us to a new world of opportunities. And why it is new world? Because with the way the things are going on, I don't see we are getting back to the old normal. Whatever will happen, that will call as new normal, because wearing masks or sanitizing, only doing the no handshakes. So this is the new normal basically, because you are afraid of shaking hands also. So this is a new normal, and in the same manner, it is very hard for people to gather at some place unless this goes completely, and it doesn't seem like it is going to be gone completely in near future, at least for a couple of years. So now we see that the universities and colleges are the most influential institutions in advanced societies. They are the centers of innovation, play a pivotal role in cultural, technological, and economic development. And with respect to these disruptions that are happening, these institutions also have very big responsibility of continuing the things. And we're glad to know that all the institutes have been able to continue with their teaching, learning, and all that is needed to continue the education. When this thing started, the challenges we can see were mainly the campus closures. Like we could see that the campuses were closed as soon as the pandemic hit the world. There was very rapid shift to online learning, and that online learning was just a very rapid shift, because even if you're not prepared, even if you didn't had anything, you still got into that mode. So you had to prepare for online learning. I had my friends who are teaching in India, and I would say, what are you doing? Oh, we are asked to just create the video of our lectures and give it to students on WhatsApp. So that is how the things started. And then there are financial impacts also. I don't know in the college in India, but in US, there's a lot of financial impact in that way, because once the students don't enroll to the universities or colleges, they don't get the money. And most of the universities, colleges, they are run by the money that is coming from the students rather than the government, because here the government provides only for the basic education. The universities have to run on their own. And then other thing was the decline of students that are coming from outside. So that is everywhere. People who are coming from outside, they could not come to the colleges. So those are some of the challenges that we faced. And after 1 year, we can see that certain trends are emerging out of this whole pandemic that we have lived for 1 year now, or more than 1 year. Now, we can say that academics has been going through changes at a slow pace with centuries-old lecture-based approaches on teaching. The pandemic has become a catalyst for education and the institutions worldwide to search for more innovative solutions in a relatively short period of time. Right? So we can say that although there is no magic wand to tell that what the absolute future will be, but at least several trends have been emerged in last year that tell us what the next higher education may look like. And the most notable changes that we can see are, number one is the mass transition to online learning and I would say, the hybrid model. So over the years, many institutes have offered distance learning and online programs as they are more convenient, they are less costly, and then the students have a choice whether they want to go to the college or they can do from distance. With pandemic, almost every institute had to close the campus and turn to online learning. And this has led to a mass transition to online learning. Interestingly, the infrastructure to support the mass transition has been suitable enough. I know there were a few hiccups in that for many institutes, but still today we can say that most of the institutes have been able to switch to online learning. I can say that the virtual classes are new reality, and online education is going to thrive in the future. Now, it is almost impossible for the institutes to open completely and the students to return to campuses as before. So what to do with that? Another thing is that everyone would not find the online learning mode as efficient as an in-person. So the solution is go with the hybrid model. Hybrid model is a model where you would blend the online lectures with in-person discussions in smaller groups. And that's the way to go. You have the online lectures and then you have the in-person discussions with the smaller groups or one-to-one or whatever way. So hybrid learning is somewhere in the middle of these instruction models. As the model normalizes, learning in this model can become a habit actually, or that would be integrated into daily routines. Like you take a lecture and then you go to the college, you schedule an appointment with a teacher and go for one-on-one discussion. So those kind of things would happen. And then following this, actually, at least in the US, many institutes have already announced that next academic year is going to be a hybrid learning model. So the students are already prepared for that. So this is one of the major emerging trend in terms of higher education, that the mass transition to online learning and adopting the hybrid model. Next thing is the redesign of academics. Since there is no going back to old ways, where the traditional courses and curriculum may be, or it may not be as effective as we go through this redesign. So thing is that our courses have to be redesigned in a manner that they are more suitable for the students. And one of the type of curriculums is called as competency-based programs. So as we see that technology is changing the ways as well as the pace in which students can learn. So competency-based programs is a way for students to learn at their own pace as opposed to traditional courses that require a specific amount of time. So you say, this is a 3-month course, or this course has got 30 lectures. Now, somebody can do those 30 lectures in 2 weeks of time. Somebody may need 30 days. So it is up to the person. So that way, the pace of learning is very much changing, and it could be depending on the person. It is similar to like if you are watching a serial every day, in a week you get only 1 episode. So it will take 10 weeks to watch the 10 episodes. But if you're binge watching, then you just have the 10 episodes in one night and you're done with that serial. In the same manner, you could have the courses also that people can do at a very varying pace. So now this type of learning leads to better student engagement because the content is relevant to each student and tailored to their unique needs. It also leads to better student outcomes because the pace of learning is customized to each student. Other point is, so one is that competency-based programs, they will be more promoted, more flexible and accessible courses. So we have the courses, we have standard courses, 4-year degree courses or 3-year degree courses. Thing is that they need to be more flexible, or they may be made more flexible. So thing is that in any course, we have got some conceptual subjects, some are subjects that are specialized or electives. So it has to be a mix of core subjects as well as the very specialized electives. Now in today's world, actually, the electives can be too many because in every technology, there are so many variants, so many things are being there. So we need to have a number of electives where the students can take based on their interest and their orientation towards where they want to go. So one good example of this could be that we have an online version of master's degree program that can deep dive into a specific career topic like, okay, data analytics or cloud computing. So that would require you to teach the conceptual subjects plus the very specific subjects in that course. Other game changer is going to be the massive or open online courses. So now this is again this is going to be a competition with the very professional companies that are developing these courses as well as the institute and universities. The massive open online courses come with the benefit of unlimited enrollment. Like you don't have number of seats, like this is only 30 seats or 40 seats. You can have unlimited enrollment for that. So there are few requirements that you don't need people to be at certain NEET score, some certain JEE score. You can have one enrollment for the people with fewer requirements, and they are accessible on a global scale. Other thing is that the cost of those programs is very less compared to a normal course if you go to the university or institute. This means students can start those courses from anywhere, anytime, and can be of any length. Most of the courses in this category are usually short. So if I look at the companies like Udemy or Coursera, those they have started putting the courses that are very short term and very focused on certain technologies. Moreover, big universities like University of Pennsylvania, they have started working with these companies to create the online degree programs also. So the top universities are increasingly launching such courses, not only to stay ahead of the curve, but also to improve access to the education. The third emerging trend that comes from my perspective is, I would title that as deriving success through data. Now, as higher education uses more and more technology-enabled content, whether it is online learning, virtual classes, chat rooms, blogs, etc., a lot of usage data would be collected for institutes. This data would be potentially used to derive the success for the institutes and universities. The institutes would gain a lot of insight into effectiveness of content, courses, the level of participation, performance, the student engagement, and the quality of material that you have got. So all these things can be measured very well when you have this whole data collected from the online education. The insights from data would be utilized to identify things to be improved on and things to be stopped, things to be continued. And then this can lead to a very progressive strategy for any institute. This leads to the data analytics part of the online education. So now I talked about those three major trends. And now if you look at the takeaways, what the universities need to do or what the institutes need to do. Number one point is they need to have a upgraded technology infrastructure for institutions. We need to have enhanced internet bandwidth, connectivity, and access mechanism. When you are working in any university or when you are a student of a university or an institute, you need to have proper connectivity mechanism as well as authorization to look at the courses. Effective and responsive IT support, 24/7 phone calls, email, chat, and video guides. Plus, you need to adopt an efficient method to collect, store, and utilize data. Enable robust communication channels among management, staff, students, peers, and everybody. Other point is support creation of online content. We need to have very focused effort to design the online courses. It is not just moving the face-to-face sessions to online. The creation of online content is very different kind of a skill. And it is not just the skill of one person. It involves some people who are very good at delivering the lectures, people who are very good at creating the content, people who are very good at recording that content. So I would say going forward, every institute might need to have a production house for creating the quality content for their university or institute. Then interactivity and feedback needs to be built into the systems that would enable the increased participation together with the student to student, student to instructor. So all kinds of interactive mechanism must be built into that content or the content platform. Innovative designs for courses and evaluation following gaming patterns. I would say when I see the kids playing the games on their mobile or on the laptop devices, they are very engaging. So why can't we have the education content also in the with the engagement of the same level? Few days back, I was doing a course in my company for security, and I was really happy to see that the way the content was created and the evaluation was done. Really, that was really interesting. Like you have the content first, you give the lesson using the video, and then you have the very interactive questionnaire where you have to answer by thinking about the things that you learned. So that kind of creativity is needed for innovative designs of courses and evaluation of the courses. Other point is they need to collaborate with online platforms and professionals. So thing is that you'll have very specialized people and companies who are working in this domain, and there would be a need to collaborate with those companies and professionals to increase the quality of your content and instructions. Third one is provide enriched learning experience. The thing is that when people are learning online, then there has to be enriched learning experience, high interactivity level with synchronous as well as asynchronous forms, blogs, message boards, chat rooms, etc. And then integration with available professional resources and course materials so that students can extend their learning experience. They can provide the continuous feedback as well as teachers can provide the feedback to the students. Setting up VR-enabled virtual labs, that is another new thing that should be coming up. And ability to access the material on different devices and places, that is another requirement. And all these things together will lead to the creation of data, generation of data that could be analyzed to continuously enhance the quality of your content and education. So those were my thoughts regarding this emerging trends in the education world after the pandemic.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the innovative efforts put forward for continuing education during the pandemic, which according to you has come as a catalyst for redesigning education for competency building through hybrid learning. Also, this would help further the higher education programs to be more flexible and customized. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much for providing the opportunity. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
I now request Ms. Ruchira Muchal to give the introduction of our next guest, Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena, N. Ramarao Chair Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. Before joining IIT Kanpur, he held numerous positions as Infosys PhD Fellow, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur, Visiting Student Research Collaborator, Princeton University, USA, Visiting Scholar, National University of Singapore, Scientific Researcher with CWI Amsterdam, the Netherlands, Professor W.T. Bonn Junior Fellow with Hausdorff Center for Mathematics, University of Bonn, Germany, and Visiting Professor at UPMC Paris, France. He has been accorded with Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in 2018 for his work in algebraic complexity theory. It includes Rs 5 lakh prize money, a citation plaque, and a fellowship till the age of 65. Apart from the prestigious Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, Professor Saxena has also been awarded with Fellowship of Indian Academy of Sciences, N. Ramarao Chair and Young Faculty Research Fellowship by IIT Kanpur, DST Swarn Jayanti Fellowship Award in Mathematics 2013-14 by Ministry of Science and Technology India, Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist, Medal in Mathematical Sciences in 2015, Fast Track Scheme for Young Scientists in Mathematical Sciences, a grant for duration of 2013-16 by Ministry of Science and Technology India. Best paper at ICALP conference for the joint paper Algebraic Independence and Black Box Identity Testing by European Association of Theoretical Computer Science in 2011. A Young Faculty Research Fellowship by IIT Kanpur for 2018-21, DST Swarn Jayanti Fellowship Award 2013-14 in Mathematics, Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Medal in Mathematical Sciences, Academic Senate IIT Kanpur letters from the Chairman for Teaching and Research, Mathematical Optimization Society, American Mathematical Society, Fulkerson Prize for the joint paper Primes is in P 2006. Indian Business Club, Institute of Technology USA, Global Indus Technoverse Award 2003. I now request you, sir, to please enlighten us on the topic Teaching During a Pandemic, a Personal Experience. Please, sir.
Thank you. Let me first share my slides. Let's check whether you can see it. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We can
Okay.
see.
Okay. So thank you for this invitation. Yeah, as we have already heard many speakers before me, we'll be discussing about how to teach and how to do research and how does the university environment survives in this pandemic period. So I'll basically be talking about my personal experience. So this, what we have been witnessing for 1 year, is a once in a century event, right? So it's basically a calamity which came suddenly. And probably last time a disease of this scale was seen in the country was in 1918. So it's more than 102 years. So systems obviously are not trained for this kind of event. Right? Nobody designs systems for this kind of a problem, and many generations of human beings have not even seen this happening. So how do you suddenly adapt at this large scale with really no end in sight? So I'll talk about what happened, for example, in IIT Kanpur, and I think this is representative of other universities and also in other countries, as was just mentioned in the previous talk. So IIT Kanpur began regulating the movement of visitors in early March 2020. So already students were not allowed to go out, or visitors were not allowed to come in, and so on and so forth. There were quarantine measures. And then obviously when the government announced the national lockdown by 3rd week of March, then before that all hostels had been evacuated. So IIT Kanpur was asked the students beforehand. And almost everybody left except maybe 20 students in the hostels who couldn't leave because of various reasons. So that semester teaching was going on. So Jan to Feb or Jan to mid-March teaching was fine, but then after that it was disrupted suddenly and nobody knew what to do. So it was just announced immediately at short notice that you have to teach online. And students were asked to learn online, and we didn't really have a common framework for teaching online. So every instructor and every student was just asked to make an arrangement, ad hoc arrangement, so that the course can go on. And this situation of the pandemic and this online teaching is not expected to change anytime soon, right? So as we have been seeing, it's not only about the beginning of the pandemic, but also there are these waves which are quite unpredictable, both in intensity and time. So you have to be prepared for the 3rd wave and the 4th waves. So most probably, as somebody also pointed out in the previous talks, that filling the hostels with students won't be possible for the next few years. So especially undergraduate education is severely affected, because undergraduates are the largest in number, and you cannot bring them all to the campus. So residential campuses suffer a lot because of this. What was the impact, or what is the impact on the teacher? Well, so teachers are staring in empty classrooms right? So instructors are not used to teach online. Almost all of them were never taught to teach online. In fact, they hated online teaching in general. But now they have to do it. So what they are experiencing is that it feels much less professional. No matter how well they try, still it feels less professional because they are doing it from home usually. This office space or the lecture hall feeling is simply not there. And plus there are other constraints at home. Somebody may be sick. You might not have that kind of infrastructure as you have in a big classroom. So it all feels less professional, at least. And most importantly, you will observe that it is highly demotivating to talk to a computer, right? So you are just talking to a screen, and you don't really see the faces of your students, which in our case or in my case could be 100 to 400 students. So you simply cannot see their faces and you cannot see their reaction. And most of the time, the students may not even be hearing you. So you are really talking to a computer, and that in general is quite demotivating. There is still no good solution to solve this problem. In terms of the hard work that you have to do, that a teacher has to do, that is at least twice as much as in in-person teaching, because here not only do you have to prepare your lectures, you actually have to get them recorded. And if you are a perfectionist, you will also want to edit the videos. And again, as was pointed out before, recording, editing, and then reducing the size of the video and then uploading it, all this ideally is actually a work of many people. It cannot be really done by one person. So it's actually a complicated task. So at least twice as much work is needed now. You have to create videos in advance. You have to have separate discussion hours with the students. Just putting up the video is not enough. You also have to somehow interact with the students. So you have to have discussion hours. In IIT Kanpur, we have a discussion hour with in every course. And finally, the most complicated thing, which is again an unsolved problem currently, is how do you evaluate and grade the students? Especially just last semester, I taught 120 students a basic course in probability. So now how do I evaluate these students? How do I classify the students in terms of grade A, B, C, D, F? Right? This is a very complicated thing because especially in IIT Kanpur, grading used to be very rigorous. In-person classes have very rigorous grading scheme, and the students are highly competitive. They are all fighting for the A grade or A star grade. Now the problem is as an instructor, how does a teacher enforce all those regulations? How do I make sure that A grade is really worth A grade and F grade is really worth an F grade? Right? So that is now very complicated, and it's still open. How do you solve this problem? So you have to evaluate assignments, you have to create them, and you need to do special work than what it used to be before. And obviously, laboratory courses are a complete casualty of this pandemic because in most of the lab contents require advanced labs. So it's simply impossible to simulate that lab in this online home environment. Okay, so I mean, for example, in chemistry, you cannot have those chemical agents in the house. So lab courses are a complete casualty, and everything has become theoretical. So all the studies have basically become theoretical, which is very good for the theoretical courses and theoretical research, but it's very bad for the practical aspect. So students are now not learning the practical skills that courses like chemistry, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering. So engineering and practical applications, they are now missing. Although you can try to use advanced technology for this, but still it will never be a match of actually working with the chemical agents, for example, or actually working with an electronic circuitry with your hand. So that is again probably the hardest problem amongst all these points. So I again want to check whether you are able to hear me and see my slides, just to be sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So next is what is the impact on the student? What does the student feel? So students have been doing many surveys these 14 months, and I have seen the results of those surveys, and and a very short summary I'll present here. So students obviously feel burdened by the health implications of COVID, because it is becoming a serious illness. As you all saw quite painfully that the second wave was far worse in terms of health implications. Right? Forget about the economy. Even the health implications are becoming more and more serious. There are new epidemics which are arising out of the COVID epidemic. So it's giving rise to multiple new health epidemics. And plus there is the part of education, right? So both these things students are burdened with. So pandemic environment obviously makes students more insecure because they don't have a job. They actually are paying fees to study for a brighter future. So this makes them highly insecure. They are living at home usually in difficult family circumstances, and they are always looking at a screen because they have to do many courses, right? It's not like the teacher who's teaching only one course. In the case of students, usually in IIT Kanpur, they have to do 5 to 7 courses every semester. So they are actually trying to manage 5 to 7 courses. So that's a lot of screen time. And on top of that, many of them, like 50% of students or 40% of students in India don't have very fast internet. And computing facilities are even worse. On the other hand, inside IIT Kanpur, they had excellent internet, free internet, and they had excellent computing facilities. So all that has changed at home. The other casualty is peer learning is gone. In IIT Kanpur, the students are very smart and they are very competitive. They have various diverse interests. So when they would live in hostels, when they will meet in classes, there would be discussions and there would be interactions. There would be somebody would have a problem, another student would have a solution. So all those interactions are gone. Right? So hostel friends and hostel interactions, classroom interactions, campus interactions, they're all gone. The clubs they would attend, they've all stopped. So extracurricular activities are all missing. They cannot do even basic sports, where in IIT Kanpur, they were doing all kinds of sports. We have facilities for all kinds of sports inside the campus. So all that is now missing. And finally, which till now I didn't see anybody talk about in the talks, is the issue of plagiarism. Right? So plagiarism means, basically in my context, it means cheating in the classroom, right? Cheating in the courses. So that has risen exponentially because online teaching is an invitation to cheat, right? So the students, some of them at least will cheat from the internet, from handout, from chat, from SMS, and even they will just call their during the exam they will call their friends and then they will discuss the solutions. So there is rampant cheating that again is being shown both in surveys and from the anecdotal evidence from the students themselves. And the problem is that when few students cheat, everyone has to, right? Because we have relative grading, at least in IIT Kanpur, we have relative grading. It's not absolute grading. So if the average of the class is going up because of cheating, then people who are honest, they will get worse grades. So there is kind of a justification that the students give that, well, since these students are cheating, I am also forced to cheat because otherwise I will be disadvantaged. So this is a very complicated problem. Over time, we have found some solutions. I mean, as teachers, we have found some solutions, but obviously there is no systemic solution to this. At some level, you have to rely on the honor code of the students. But there are some things that teachers can enforce, which we'll discuss later. But these are the things that students are facing. So what are the solutions that I tried and other people tried, and what we will continue to try for the next couple of years at least in online education? So organize the lectures far better than you would do before. Right? So organization means that essentially every line of your lecture has to be kind of scripted. You have to think about it in advance. You have to dry run it, and then you have to record in the video very precisely. You cannot write something wrong and then you go back and edit the video and so on, because this will just waste a lot of time. And if you don't edit, then the students will be confused. So organization is now far more important than before. It's not just a matter of going back to the blackboard and editing it. Here you have created a video, so the video is now there forever, or you go and keep editing it. So one part here is that with organization, once you have thought about what exactly you will teach in a, let's say in a 40-minute, 50-minute class, try to write on screen. So instead of creating slides, let's say PowerPoint, it is a better experience for the students if you write with using a, let's say a stylus pen on the screen and record that as a video with a, let's say, video screenshot. So this actually simulates the experience of a classroom blackboard, right, which is completely missing now. So classroom blackboard helps students to read the sentence as it is being written, so they can follow it a bit better. And if you simulate this on a screen, then that is better. Instead of just showing them slides and saying a lot of words, it's better to actually be precise and write like a blackboard. And then this has also been mentioned before, that you have to share the resources that are related to the course. So obviously you will share links, etc. You might be using an LMS, which is a learning management system for the course. So all the slides and videos and practice sheets and whatever literature, books, etc. will be there, will be uploaded there. But try to make the videos lightweight. Making videos that are 100 MB still, I think, is not good for most of the students, because they are probably watching it on a phone on a 3G, 4G network, or maybe sometimes 2G network. And then these videos, unless they are being, the quality is being reduced automatically, it's nearly impossible to watch these videos. So you have to make them lightweight, or you have to upload them on a platform which reduces the quality, which actually we have an in-house system built inside IIT Kanpur, which we use. So that is quite advanced. It has all these facilities of reducing the quality of the video and making it faster. And if nothing works, at least share the PDF slides. Right? So PDF slides will be visible to everybody. They will be lightweight, and students can read faster. Then you need to have discussion hours. Once ensure that the students have read the lectures and then discuss with them. You can use online forums. When you give assignments, assume that they will collaborate in the assignments. Don't assume that they will not cheat, because they will try to find solutions from the internet, which probably is fine. So you assume that they will collaborate. So give assignments which, if they solve, they learn something. But in the quizzes and in the examinations where you have to be more strict, if it was in person, there I think you can, you have to make some modifications or maybe make a lot of modifications. So they have to be very short, like the duration has to be 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and maybe never more than 30 minutes, because the more time you give, the more cheating happens. You randomize the questions, so you create 4 questions and every student sees only 2 questions. So that helps a lot. I did that this semester, and it drastically reduced the benefits of cheating. And you also check whether Google knows the answer to your question. So you put your question in Google search engine and see whether Google is able to guess the answer. If Google is able to find the answer, the students will also immediately find the answer. So you have to change the question. So these things reduce the benefits of cheating by a lot. Okay, finally, those faculty who do research with their students, for them, research also has to be, the way you talk to your research students also has to be modified. So you try to keep the MTech, MS, PhD students always involved, talk to them online, keep them involved, give them small problems so they remain motivated. Have regular online meetings, have regular appraisals if possible. Ask them to give online talks to your department or to other students or to you. Prepare slides. They should survey research areas. They should review papers so that they remain active with what is happening in their areas recently. Encourage them to discuss with each other online. So if they cannot meet you all the time, but maybe they can meet other students or other researchers in other universities or other countries. So encourage them to talk to them online. So if you follow these things, then I have, in my personal experience, research in theoretical areas can still go on unhindered during the pandemic. So theoretical areas will not suffer too much, although practical areas will. So practical areas needs more advanced solutions, which may or may not be ultimately feasible, but yeah, you have to try harder there. So finally, I would like to finish that with the reference to NPTEL courses. So this is the government-sponsored national program for online education, which students would know and some faculty also would know. So NPTEL courses are now important more than ever. You should try to offer courses there. You should try to attend courses there. This is a giant repository of courses, online courses. And usually the instructors are very good. They are very competent. They are all researchers in IITs or ISCs and other national institutes. I will be offering personally Teach the Teachers course for teachers who are interested in learning how to teach specific courses. For example, I'll cover discrete maths. So this is in collaboration with Professor Pankaj Jalote of IIIT Delhi. So we are planning such courses in many areas. So I'll be in charge of discrete math. So this you can also attend. This I think will have some nominal fees. And even finally, most important thing is find ways to relax even during these harsh pandemic conditions and keep innovating. Okay, thank you. Any questions if you have?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for emphasizing on the challenges faced by the educators for study material creation and the assessment and evaluation, and also on the challenges faced by the students on grounds of technology, psychology issues for online learning. Focusing on these challenges would help institutes to innovate and find solutions to these problems and make the online learning better. Thank you, sir, for your suggestions on the same.
Thank you.
Now, once again, I request Ms. Ruchira Muchal to introduce our next guest of the plenary session, Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh, Dean, Research and Development and Head of the Department of Commerce, Chairperson, Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skills Development, School of Management Sciences, Varanasi, India. He is the chairperson of Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skill Development, chairperson of Center for Advanced Research and Development, chairperson, Board of Studies and a member of Academic Council, SMS Varanasi. He is also a coordinator of Consultancy and MDP Cell, International Accreditation and Relations Cell and AACSB International Accreditation Team. He is a senior member of IQAC, NAC and NBA team of SMS Varanasi and PhD examiner of Mohanlal Sukhadia University Udaipur, Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan University Bhopal. Professor Singh is a member of Startups Mentor Team of Foundation of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development, Incubation Center of IIM Kashipur, and is on the panel of mentors in Startup India of Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He is an institutional member of National Innovation and Startup Policy and Institution Innovation Council of Innovation Cell of Ministry of Education, Government of India. He has organized several entrepreneurship awareness camps in association with EDII Ahmedabad and Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and running Startups Incubation Fellow Program and Agro Startups Incubation Program under the Incubation Cell and Agro Incubation Cell of Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skill Development, SMS Varanasi. Professor Singh is in the advisory board of several Indian and foreign journals and reviewer of Scopus Index Journal, the Journal of Contemporary Eastern Asia, and a founder managing editor of a referred peer-reviewed index journal, SMS Journal of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Professor Singh's area of interest and expertise includes entrepreneurship development, startups, incubation and promotion, design thinking, innovation management, IPR for startups, grassroots innovation, triple helix model, quality management system, ISO, e-commerce, digital marketing, and sustainable development. Presently, he is a chairman of Public Relations Society of India with UNICEF on the project of skill development among the Indian children from school level. Professor Singh is also a professional consultant and helped various industries in Eastern, UP, Bihar and Jharkhand to get established from the scratch. He is running a free consultancy clinic, MSME Clinic, Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skill Development. Till date, Professor Singh has produced over 100 startups and through his efforts, CEIST has become knowledge partner of Fragrance and Flavor Development Center, Kannauj, and entitled to conduct specialized training programs to be held at FFDC, INTEC program of Ministry of External Affairs, India and Ministry of MSME for the startups of Rwanda. I now request to Sir to share your thoughts on the topic post-pandemic startup scenario, issues, opportunities and challenges. Please, Sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such a wonderful introduction of mine. First, I would like to thank the entire organizing team of this international conference of Sri Vaishno Institute of Management Indore, especially Dr. George Thomas, the director and conference chairperson. And this is my personal thanks to Madam Professor Dhansi Nagar for personally inviting me here. So thank you very much. This is a very pertinent topic. Post-pandemic paradigm shift in the higher education, a new global perspective. Since I was just hearing all the speakers, they have emphasized on the core academic dimension. I'm also a teacher, but now I will go to some other extent. What's the effect of this entire pandemic and what is going to be the higher education on the Indian economy as such and the startup scenario. So my topic will be the post-pandemic startup scenario, issues, challenges, and opportunities. As we all know, the net outcome of any education is how that education is going to contribute for a nation and the world as a whole. And for that, the economic development is very important part. And for any economic development, the entrepreneurship development is very important. As we very well know that India is having a population of around 60%, which is very young population, less than 40 years of age. And here the entrepreneurial opportunities arises in the form of the startups. See, problem is that as we have seen in the new national education policy 2020 for the higher education as well as the school education and the field of research, we have found that lot many concern has been expressed in that. And especially, we are still, no doubt, on the Global Innovation Index, we are improving, but still we have to work hard. Our position is just 48 position all over the world. So still 47 countries are ahead of us. And I was seeing so many speakers from the IITs are there and some other institutions are there. Although we are having a position, good position, but why it is happening that we are not in top 5 at least? What is my observation is that here, when we measure the things, we measure the thing in terms of how much patent we are going to do. And we are not taking care of that, whether that patent is basically coming in a commercial viable business model in the market or not, to the consumer or not, to the customers or not. And for that, what I have realized that we lack the innovation management. We lack the triple helix model, means the working together of the industry, academia and government. So unless these three will work together, they all are working good. They all are working, but they all are working on 3 different islands. We need to have a more and more interconnectivity. In the new national education policy, the National Research Foundation has been proposed. But again, I'm saying that this will work only when our research will be having a problem-solving approach. Whether they are going to solve the problem of the society, the nation, individual, or industry. It is not just simply we are producing so many, PhDs, we are writing so many papers, publishing in AVDC, Scopus, and all these things. But what is the benefit of that if it is not going to solve the problem? So we need to focus on that. The researchers should go on, but it should go in a direction with a collaborative research with the industry, academia, and the society. Success rate of a startup in India is very low. It's just a 10%. Within 5 years, and within 10 years, it reaches to 2%. Because we are having a skill gap. As I've told you, we are having a huge population, no doubt. We are having 60% population, which is a young population, no doubt. We call it a population dividend, good. But when the AICT or ASSOCHAM gives us a report that in India, less than 20% engineers or MBAs are employable, then it creates a question mark. That whether our youth is dividend or it's a liability. We need to focus on that. And we have to understand that we need to skill our people, whether they are going to do job somewhere or they want to start their own startup. They must be well equipped in the managerial skills, technical skills, human skills. Last year, when this pandemic has started and lockdown was done, Pradhan Mantri ji has declared the Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana, and he has given one slogan, vocal to local. It's an excellent thing. It's an excellent mindset, but entrepreneurship is a mindset. And we all know that we need to understand where the entrepreneurial opportunities are rising, and we have to train our students accordingly. Problem is that last year we have seen that people who were earning money in the big cities has started coming back to their villages just because they were not having the money for 2 or 3 months of the fooding. What happened? In our entire development model, we have ignored the 65-70% population living in the villages. We have just made certain islands of development in the name of the big metropolitan cities. And every city is having a saturation point. They cannot bear more than that. And people were bound to come back to their villages. Now it is time to come to understand that where we have to focus. Maximum opportunities are lying in the rural areas. And our entire education system, because in this new national education policy I was studying, there has been a focus on the skill education, there has been a focus on the vocational education. So we need to connect with that. Just I will give you one example, or rather 2 examples. Recently in Uttar Pradesh, ODOP, one district, one product model has been launched. And 75 districts of the Uttar Pradesh has been identified where one specialty product or 2 specialty product has been identified, and the program is going for building up the ecosystem around that. For example, Varanasi is famous for the Banarsi sari, you must be knowing. Our neighboring district, Mirzapur and Bhadoi, is famous for their carpets. So an ecosystem, when such kind of things will be developed, obviously the micro entrepreneurs will get benefited. And here the role of academia will come. They will have to do the market research as per the requirement of the area, that where what kind of products are required, what kind of ecosystem will be required, and how this has to be approached, and how the skill people has to be produced. Because basic problem, I spent more than 20 years in the industry before coming to the academics, and as a consultant, I am now concerned with so many industries. Basic problem what I am facing is the human resource. People are not that much of a skill which is required by the industry. There is no problem of job. We have to come out of that mindset that job means just a government job. There can be a good scope in the private sector job also. And how the education is connected with that. Recently, when Honorable Prime Minister has announced for development of the entrepreneurship in the field of toy manufacturing, people were not able to understand that. They were interpreting in a different manner. I'm telling you, if you go through the new national education policy, it is clearly mentioned that under the 5+3+3+4 new system, the initial 3 years will be through the play school methods. Means the student has to take the education through the toys and all these things. And at present, we are purchasing the toy, importing the other toy from the China. We are fighting with the China also, and we are importing also. So this is a contradiction. When all these schools where the compulsory foundation education will be there, and they will have the toys for their education, you can very well understand how much the opportunity of the entrepreneurship increases. And I'm giving another example. So far as the environmental aspect is concerned, good wooden toys is made of the Coraiya woods. And Coraiya tree has to be planted, because the quality of the Coraiya tree is that in summer or in a warm season, the woods are not cracked. The woods of the toys not cracked, which is cracked in other woods like mango and other woods. So you have to do the plantation of so many Coraiya trees. This is going to benefit your environment also. So likewise, so many things are needed, and we have to focus more on the Indian MSMEs. The 63 billion enterprises are there in MSME sector. It contributes around 30% of the GDP, 50% of total export, which is very important for the balance of payment point of view. More than 120 million jobs are being created, but now it is under the problem. They are having the supply chain issue, reduced demand, less production, financial crisis there, labor migration issues there, machines are not functioning well, liabilities are huge. So we need to have that kind of entrepreneurial education in our entire system for the family business enterprises. You must be knowing that around 70% of the businesses in India are the family-owned business houses. And their second generation, third generation, they are running these MSMEs. So we need to educate them. We need to have a special entrepreneurship development program by the universities and institutions for these small entrepreneurs. We must understand that majority of the innovation will come through these people. We have to work on that point of view. Somewhere we have to learn something from the China also, because they have emphasized on their MSMEs, and cluster production has increased their economies of scale. That's why their product cost is low, and they are very innovative. We have to accept this. Small industries, they are promoted, they can do well in that direction. And we need to understand that whatever innovations are being done, that should be problem oriented. We should not forget that we don't purchase a product. We don't purchase a service. We actually purchase a solution. So whatever things are going on, we need to work on that point of view, that okay, there should be a proper design thinking approach, where whatever innovation is going on, we have to understand that whether this is going to solve the problem of the customer or not. We need to adopt that entire design thinking approach. And this, in the students' involvement, the teacher involvement should be there for emphasizing the issue, emphasizing the problem, defining it, ideating it, development of the prototype, testing, and the implementation in the market. Only then the things can be done. So many entrepreneurial opportunities, fortunately or unfortunately, has arisen. during this pandemic. We have seen that now we are working on the COVID testing kits. We are recently DRDO has invented one of the good medicine for that. So many sectors are there, healthcare sector. Now government has realized very well that now they have to spend more on the healthcare sector, but still spending is just 1.5%. In a country like India, it should be more than 5 to 10%. So government is bound to invest in that, and so many entrepreneurial opportunities, the startup opportunity is going to arise in that field. So we need to work in that direction in the healthcare services, in the public health system, healthcare infrastructure, the pharmaceuticals. Rural areas, this time the COVID has affected the rural areas very well. And you know what is the position of the primary health center in the rural areas. So government is bound to develop the rural healthcare infrastructure, and there again, you will have a lot many opportunities in that field. And Ayurveda, one of the area where now we have realized that at present, the only solution of the fighting with the COVID is to develop the immunity system of us. And that can be done only through the Ayurveda, which we are seeing that we are using that Kadha, we are using that Chyawanprash, we are using so many herbs. So here the agri-entrepreneurship, here the herbal entrepreneurship kind of situation will arise, and here so many things will come. And finally, since time is nearly over, finally, one thing which is very important nowadays is the psychological counseling and telehealth services. This is again one area where the psychologist can have an entrepreneurial opportunity, where the people from the remote areas can consult with them. They can do so many things, and they can create so many opportunities for them. With that, I am going to finish my presentation because time is very limited. Things is very big, but you know, I can understand the problem of the moderator. She is in very tension when the things are going in a longer way. So we are teachers, we are habitual of speaking for 40-45 minutes, you know very well. So again, thank you very much to all of you for providing me this chance. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for emphasizing on a different direction for education development that included economic reforms, collaborative research with industry and society, and skilling of the students. Also, I thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of rural entrepreneurship and the role of educational institutes, especially in creating that mindset in the students for the same. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I once again request Dr. Abhikriti Shukla to introduce Professor Dr. Hema Chandran K.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. I'm honored to introduce an eminent personality, Dr. Hema Chandran K, to the gathering. Dr. Hema Chandran has been a passionate teacher with 13 years of experience and having 5 years of research experience. He is a strong educational professional with scientific bent of mind, highly skilled in artificial intelligence and machine learning. After receiving PhD in embedded system, he worked with prestigious institutions in Hyderabad and Chennai. Currently, Dr. Hema Chandran is associated with Watson University, Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. Hema Chandran is an open-ended, positive person who has a stupendous peer-reviewed publication records with more than 20 journals and international conference publications. He served as an effective resource person at various national and international scientific conferences. Dr. Hema Chandran has served as a key member for NAC and NBA inspections and also served as event organizer. He owns 2 patents to his credentials. He has life membership in estimable professional bodies. He was pioneer to establish single board computer lab at Ashoka institutions. An MOU with IIT Hyderabad and Ashoka institutions was an outcome of his seamless and untiring effort to enhance the experience of knowledge sharing. His self-paced learning schedule and quench to upgrade and update learning skills resulted in awarding around 10 online certificate courses conferred by Coursera and other online platforms. His editorial skills made him to include as an editorial board member to numerous reputed Scopus SCI journals. I now humbly request Hema Chandran sir to address the gathering on the topic Role of Artificial Intelligence in Post-Pandemic World. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I'm just sharing my screen. Is it, my screen is visible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Fine, ma'am. And so due to my low bandwidth, I'm just switching off my cam. Fine. So let's start. So my topic is on the role of AI in the past pandemic world. So nowadays we see that AI started booming very well. In the past several years, we can see that AI is an emerging technology that improves that most industries has been developed a lot because of this AI. As we all know that the AI basically relies on the data, historical data, which we can say that. And with the data, we can improve the performance of the future of the particular industry where we are going to implement it. So artificial intelligence is nothing but it's the part which implies in all the areas of analysis. Even we can build a model to enhance your particular business to develop. Even in education sectors also we can say that. So what happens when those industries and in every day to day life, they dramatically transform in a matter of weeks, and suddenly nobody behaves the same way they used to. The thing which happens is the based upon now the crisis is COVID-19. So undeniably, it altered a billions of lives across the globe, while many longing for a return to normal life, but they can't because of this COVID crisis along from the last March 2020. It's going on increasing, and now it's totally ridiculous now. Where in each day, which we are seeing that almost 4 lakhs or 33,000 in Tamil Nadu has been affected by COVID situation. So how from this situation the AI used to come out of this? So in this, we can say that especially the community, schools and business and global infrastructures will still have to adapt to the past COVID world once the vaccine is widely provided and administered. But now we are taking the vaccines, it's fine. But in future, if they say about the third wave, whether it comes to, we don't know what will happen. So for these things, we have three trends, emerging trends, showing that AI plays a major role. The first thing is a need for planning and certainty, where in this uncertainty is not, it's not in our hand. Whatever it can be happening tomorrow or now in the next 5 minutes, what will happen, we don't know. But in this pandemic situation, how we can handle this situation. So the main thing is, the first thing which we are to do is to help them plan before the future. The main thing is the more advanced companies could benefit from the efficiencies gained by using a machine learning techniques to more accurately predict the future. For example, in machine learning, we have linear regression, logistic regression, and SVM. These kind of algorithms which are mainly used to predict the future of a company where we can go ahead. Even we can take a better decision in the future about the concern. What we can do to increase our profit. What we can do in this particular situation, we know that. That's what we can say. For example, in the automobile industry, in the last month, the industry which produced or manufactured 20,000 cars, but now it's a lockdown. If you see in this case, what happened, the production as well as the manufacturing of the car will get reduced. This will affect the total globe. As even we can say in education sectors, now the total world is in virtual, and even all the students are being viewing all the classes in online. So with this, we cannot do the analysis part of the student, especially for example, if they are in the class, for example, in a class 40 students are there, and if they are in the class and we are in before our eyes, and if we are working on them, and even if we conduct a quiz or if we conduct a exam for them based on the marks, we can do the analysis part and we can do it. But it is now it's totally online. Then how we can do the performance analysis? Through AI we can do this performance analysis, especially where we all have the learning management system, LMS, where for example Moodle we can take. In Moodle, what are the classes you have taken, you will be loading in the LMS, and how many students has been attended on the particular class, and if you take some quiz, what is the marks they scored, it will be also uploaded in the LMS, and what are the marks if you conduct an exam like mid exam or quarterly exam, whatever may be, that exam marks also will be loaded based upon the data which we have been collected. Through that, if you apply a AI model or a machine learning model with that, we can analyze that the students which have scored high, what we can do for them, and the students which have scored low marks, for them what we can do. So as a teacher, we need to take care of all the 40 students, that we should not give any partiality, or we should not show that we should not take care of this the persons which have scored more. But as a teacher, we need to take care of all the 40 students, right? So where this AI plays a vital role, where we can segregate the students as well as we can find where the drawback occurred on the particular student, where why he scored a less marks in the midterm marks, why he didn't do properly the quiz. We can analyze this with the help of AI, and we can find a solution for that. For example, the 13th lecture, that particular student has not attended. That is the reason the quiz marks has been reduced. So we can identify this with the help of AI, and we can share the data, which we can share the particular video link, and we can share the lecture notes of the particular 13th lecture to the particular student, and we can motivate the students to grow higher. So like this also we can do it with the help of AI. And artificial intelligence can be used to detect and account of behavior changes, and even predict the effect of policies which we can apply in the education sector as well as in the industries. The same technique being analyzed for the performance of the students. Even we used to figure out when to reopen the schools, even based upon the COVID situations, how much the percentage of COVID increasing and every month. Based on that, we can analyze it, and we can identify that when the schools can be reopened, and we can how we can reduce the spread of COVID, we can do it. And even if you want to conduct a marriage ceremony or any functions, even we can do it in general auditorium. That also can be analyzed with the help of AI, whether we can do this program or not. That also can be done with the help of AI. So that's about the planning under uncertainty. The next one is the growth of AI and data science in old guard industries. Old guard industries is nothing but where the main part of this is, for example, if you take a mining industry or an energy industry or a manufacturing or a food production, which all the industries nowadays they are using AI. For example, we can say computer vision. In nowadays, the machines are doing their work automatically. Automation has been done. This automation is done based upon the computer vision. Even the PLC boards has been printed with the help of a computer vision, and robotics out of a pure necessity. Everything has been done with the help of automation. But other industries may find that they suddenly have an opportunity to implement AI as well, because as we say that almost 40 to 50% of the industries has been implemented this AI in the year of 2020. But we need to make 100% of the industry should be an automation. That's the only thing makes the out of this critical situation of COVID, to come out of it. And even the we can say that AI, some part of their processes, in especially for product delivery, is not digitalized. Even if you want to if you want to work on the particular industry to be to implement the AI in the particular industry, that industry data should be digitalized, because the AI will work on a particular data. Nothing else it will work, because as that human mimics how our human brain thinks, the same artificial intelligence will do. What the human brain thinks, the same artificial intelligence, where the computer level of thinking will be higher when compared to that of, and even it produces a lot of decisions where you can select which is the best for the particular industry. The third one is democratization of AI and machine learning. The growth of infrastructure and accessibility of artificial intelligence and machine learning will allow the disruption in the variety of industries by the companies are in the different sizes, right? Medium, large, and scale. So based on the companies where the AI has been implemented, the tool which is particularly beneficial for smaller companies that are trying to innovate and disrupt the industries. Especially, we can say that business analytics tools, like we can say that SaaS training, SaaS tool, we can say that, and even we can say that for all these things, the basic things which we want to work on, this is the Python programming, or we can say that our programming is for the data visualization part, where we can just analyze the data from that, which we can identify the problem, as well as we can give a solution for the particular problem. This can be done. And as the techniques and technical infrastructure required to implement the machine learning become a more standardized now, the effort and expertise needed to get working a machine learning system running will be more focused and on identifying this most valuable challenge to solve this, especially only with a large data of the company or the any industry which will be working on it, should be a solution will be given from AI. And apart from that, while we may return or never to want normal used to look like, AI is primed to welcome the world a new perspective. And these are a top 10 business intelligence trends for 2021. As we can say that the real-time data analytics, especially if a company want to build, and if I want to increase my profit, then what I need to do in future, and what are the steps need to be carried out. With the help of a data analytics, I can do it. And data security, this also can be done. Data discovery can be done. For example, if a person having an Aadhaar card, from the Aadhaar card, what are the informations we can take? That is what the discovery. For example, if I want to know your date of birth, from your Aadhaar card, I can know that. If I want to know the address of your corresponding address, I can know from your Aadhaar card. That kind of things can be retrieved from the large big data. We can say that embedded analytics, where we can do it with the help of all analytics, especially for, we can say that the business analytics, predictive analytics, descriptive analytics, declarative analytics. All these analytics can be embedded and can be used in it. Data automation and collaborative business intelligence, especially the artificial intelligence nowadays, especially now, as you see that lot of promotional parts just been in advertisements has been given in the websites of YouTube, even in normal channels also they're given that you need to be a graduate of data science, what you need to do. So these things also comes under artificial intelligence, where we can learn the informations and we can predict the future with the help of artificial intelligence. So as an example, I'm showing here this AI applications of different stages of a COVID-19 crisis, where in this, I can say that it has been classified into 4 regions. One is the detection, prevention, response, and recovery. In detection, if you see that early warning and diagnosis, where detection anomalies and digital smoke signals, like example a blue dot, it is mainly used for detection of a virus. This can be done. This also can be done with the help of artificial intelligence. Then diagnosis part based upon why this virus caused. So this can be analyzed with the help of CT scans. And getting into the prevention part, where prediction, calculating a person's probability of what is the cause of getting affected. These things can be done with the help of prediction part. Surveillance, to monitor and track contagion in real time, and especially contact tracing, especially for example, if a person is affected by COVID and we doesn't know who other persons has met in the past last 2 or 3 days. So this also can be done with the help of a surveillance AI. Then getting into the information, a personalized news and content moderation to fight misinformations in social network who are giving a false information, that also can be detected and can be deleted with the help of AI. And which are the informations are truly in-depth and good in knowledge, and even it's very useful for the people, it will be segregated and it will be shown to all the peoples of the world. Also can be done with the help of AI. The next thing is the response. The response where in two categories, one is the delivery and another one is the service automation. The drones for materials transport, robots for high exposure tasks to hospitals. A cruiser robot. A robot is especially in artificial intelligence, three types of learnings are there. One is the supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning, where these robots are designed with the help of a reinforcement learning. And the service automation is nothing but deploying a triagical virtual assistants and chatbots. Especially, for example, in an industry, if employees need to know that how many CLs I have, whether I can take a leave in the next month or not. For each and everything, we can't go and ask the HR. It will affect the mentality of the HR, as well as even the time will be spent on this is waste. So to overcome this one, if you are creating a chatbot for an HR policies, then that chatbot will be very useful for all the employees. If they have any doubts, they can access the chatbot and they can get the solution for this. So this also can be done with the help of AI. And the final thing is the recovery, where monitor track economic recovery through a satellites, GPS, and social media networks. The example, a VBank, we can say that, where we can have a lot of data, especially, for example, we can say that in the total world, how many people has been get affected, the particular country wise. This also can be done with the help of Harvard, Stanford University. That these things can be done with the help of AI. So with this, I'll conclude my session. And if you have any doubts, you can ask me.
Suppose there are any doubts. Professor Hemachandran K has thrown light on AI, the most demanding field today. I thank him for unfolding various related aspects that can be adopted by educational institutes for smoothing the teaching and learning of AI. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you. And I would like to thank Ekta ma'am for approaching me and just contacting. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the management. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sincerely thank all the plenary session guests, as witnessing this plenary session and listening to all our guests have surely given new directions to our thoughts for the development of our students and for improving the quality of education we provide. Now, coming to the end of the plenary session, I request Dr. Ekta Agrawal, co-convener of the conference, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. Respected dignitaries, honorable speakers for the plenary session, faculty colleagues, and dear participants of International Web Conference. At an outset, I, Dr. Ekta Agrawal, co-convener of the conference, feel honored to propose vote of thanks at the plenary session. I express my sincere gratitude to Architect Professor Harpreet Seth, Head of Architecture, Heriot-Watt University, Dubai, for accepting our invitation to honor the plenary session out of her busy schedule. Madam, your view on studio learning in architecture really added the value to our knowledge. I express my sincere thanks to Mr. Hemant Sharma, seasoned architect and hands-on technology leader from USA, for taking a time out of his busy schedule and becoming a part of this plenary session. Although there is a big time difference between USA and India. Thank you very much, sir. I am also thankful to Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena and Rama Rao Chair Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur, who really honored this plenary session by sharing his experience on teaching during pandemic. Sir, I feel that entire teaching fraternity is undergoing the same experience during this tough time. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your experiences with us. My sincere gratitude towards Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Dean, Research and Development, HOD Department of Commerce and Chairperson, Center for Entrepreneurship Innovation, Skills Development of School of Business Studies, Varanasi. I am very much sure that ideas shared by you on post-pandemic startup scenario would help our participants and my faculty colleagues to cope up with the challenges lying ahead. I also owe sincere gratitude to Professor Hemachandran K, Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, Voxen University, Hyderabad, Telangana, to talk about role of artificial intelligence in a post-pandemic world. Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful discussion. I also express my sincere thanks to all the participants and virtual audience for their patient listening and becoming a part of the plenary session of this international web conference. Thank you all once again. Over to Khushbu ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, we will be moving forward to our technical sessions. The link for the technical sessions have been already sent to the delegates. Though for your ready reference, they will be made available in the chat box. You can join the respective technical sessions for your paper presentations. The validity session is scheduled at 5 p.m. IST. You can join the session through the same link. Now, at the end, I thank all the plenary session guests, delegates, teachers, and their students for being a part of our plenary session. Thank you so much, everyone, once again.
Thank you, Dr. Khushbu. Very nicely conducted plenary session and the inaugural session. So congratulations to all of you for a wonderful execution of both the programs so far. And I know that parallelly technical session is also started. So let us move to that. And once again, congratulations, Dr. Shama and your team.
Thank you so much, sir. It is really encouraging to all of us.
Right. Thank you.
So I think, sir, we will be now joining the technical sessions.
Yes,
and
yes.
At 5 p.m. sharp, we'll be starting our valedictory program. So I request everybody to join the program, valedictory program on time. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Sudha madam, can you hear me? सुधा मैडम, नमस्कार। मैंने आपको देखा इसलिए फिर आ गया। एक्चुअली ये आपका इनॉग्रल और वैलिडिक्टरी का लिंक है ये।
ओके
वैलिडिक्टरी हमारा 5 बजे शुरू होगा मैडम।
ठीक है, हम लोग 5 बजे मिलते हैं सर।
हाँ, अभी पैरेलल 5 सेशन चल रहे हैं।
ओके।
पांचों में पेपर पढ़े जा रहे हैं क्योंकि बहुत सारे पेपर आए हैं। तो एक सेशन में
हाँ जी,
करीब
आपने बताया था
वो चल रहे हैं अभी। तो जैसे ही वो सब खत्म हो जाएगा, वैलिडिटी में सब इकट्ठे ज्वाइन हो जाएंगे यहाँ। तो तब आप ऑन कर लीजिएगा।
ओके सर, राइट। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
जितेंद्र सर,
हेलो चटाई सर, आपको बोल रहे हैं क्या?
जितेंद्र सर,
यस सर, बोलिए।
यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल।
हेलो चटाई सर, बोलिए। हेलो आवाज आ रही सर? चटर्जी सर, चटर्जी सर की नहीं आ रही है।
जितेंद्र सर, हमें आ रही है आवाज।
आ रही है मैडम?
हाँ हाँ, आ रही है, आ रही है।
हेलो। अच्छा, ये सुबह वाली लिंक में ज्वाइन करना है ना अपने को, सेम ही है ना लिंक। अच्छा, वो दूसरा मैंने वो जो नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस का अनाउंसमेंट है उसकी स्क्रीन मिल गया ना? हाँ ठीक है, बस बस ठीक ठीक है, बाकी बढ़िया हो गया। अब ये वो मैडम से पूछो कहाँ चलाना है। हाँ, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स से पहले ही बोला है उन्होंने तो शायद, है ना? बहुत बढ़िया रहा, बहुत बढ़िया रहा, है ना? चलो बधाई तुमको, बाद में बात करते हैं फिर।
शुरू करें क्या? सभी लोग आ गए?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. सभी गेस्ट नहीं आए?
जस्टिन पॉल तो डॉक्टर ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है, डॉक्टर जस्टिन पॉल ने।
कौन? जस्टिन पॉल तो दिख नहीं रहे।
Sir, yes.
Justin, good evening. Good evening
Yes,
from
yes,
India.
Joyce.
How are you? You are on mute. Unmute yourself.
Please, yes, please kindly unmute.
I don't know why there is noise.
If you're logged in from two different modes, then only this kind of signal comes.
So this is from my
You have to
side.
close the other node.
So one of your device needs to be muted. Otherwise, it will keep on producing echo sound.
Have you joined from two devices, sir?
Okay. There is some kind of echo. When I unmute, there is echo.
So we can't hear you.
I'll take another laptop. You can start. I will join on another laptop.
Okay.
You have to stop the other mode.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, I got a mail from the Bettina, who's the, I think who is the secretary of Madam Lakshmi call, that some mishap, some tragedy, somebody passed away in her family today itself. So she had to leave. So on her behalf, Bettina, our secretary, sent a mail to us. And I'm sorry to have you informed this last minute, but there has been a bereavement in Miss Call's family and she would not be able to join the valedictory session this afternoon.
Where is she located?
She's in UK, United Kingdom.
Okay.
Yeah. She sends her profuse apologies and hope you'd understand, as this has been a truly devastating situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic currently raging across India. She is having her relatives in India only.
Okay.
So,
So Justin, you can log in through one device only.
because of two devices at a time, sometimes it happens. It creates lots of echoing.
I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now very clearly. How are you, Justin?
Okay, very good, very good. So I think I have some trouble on the other laptop. I don't know
How
why.
is the situation in your state?
Yeah, everything is fine. So everything is normal. You know, we all got vaccine, and I think problem is in India. So vaccines, I got my vaccines in March.
Oh. So you have gone for both the doses?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, so we had preference for teachers and professors. So in the first priority category, teachers and professors got vaccine.
Okay.
Frontline workers category.
Right.
I don't know. In India, professors and teachers are not in frontline category, right?
Teachers are not they are not COVID warriors. They are not considered COVID warriors.
In America,
because they are fighting the war from home only.
Yeah. That's a problem.
Okay, George, I think we can start now.
So, yes, sir. Let's start, please.
Yes, sir. Madam, please start.
Yes, ma'am. To improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. A very warm good evening to one and all. I, Dr. Abhikruti Shukla, on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, welcome you all to the valedictory session of International Web Conference on Post-Pandemic Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, a New Global Perspective. I thank you all for joining us in the valedictory ceremony of International Web Conference. I now request Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, for the virtual floral welcome of our special guest, Dr. Justin Paul.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. We had Ms. Lakshmi Kaul, Head and Representative, Confederation of Indian Industry, Amity School of Business, Vishwa Bharati Shantiniketan, London, United Kingdom, as chief guest for valedictory ceremony. But due to sudden bereavement in her family, she could not join us and conveyed her best wishes for our conference. Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself.
You see, now since Lakshmi Kaul is not able to join, Justin Paul will be chief guest for this session.
Fine, sir.
Yes, sir. As you said.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir. Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. These words perfectly define our respected Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya. I take the pleasure of requesting Dr. Arvind Singh to please welcome today's distinguished gathering in valedictory session. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Today's chief guest, Honorable Dr. Justin Paul, Professor, University of Puerto Rico, San Juan, United States of America. Dr. Upender Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Dr. George Thomas, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management. Head of Department and Convener of the conference, Dr. Chama Patankar, Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, all invited guests, faculty, media person, staff, dear student, and all the delegates present here. At the outset, I feel honored to welcome our illustrious chief guest, mentor, and one and all present in the valedictory program of this international web conference on post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education and new global perspective. A pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity. An optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. Our most significant opportunity will be found in times of greatest challenge. The theme of the said International Web Conference is also aiming at seeking opportunity to excel during the pandemic by overcoming challenges caused by its impact of pandemic, leading us to accept those challenges. It is known fact that the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has led to an unusual loss of human life worldwide. The economic, social, and educational disruptions caused by the pandemic is devastating. The coronavirus crisis has significantly impacted the higher education sector. While the disruption to the higher education sector has been significant, the pandemic has also shown a light on the areas of opportunities for the institutions. Institutions who are proactive in their response to these potential areas of growth, evolving to meet the changing demands of the current times, are likely to bounce back quicker from the pandemic when the time comes. Institutions who invest in this technology may see greater student engagement and lower dropout rates. As a result, institutions that continue to invest in online learning after the pandemic subsides may have access to the greater variety of the student attraction and could position themselves as an innovation leader. International students who wish to achieve a qualification from the specific university overseas would be able to do so from their own country if their chosen university offered fully online courses. In fact, the 2020 QS Global International Students Survey demonstrates that the international students are open to the virtual learning, with 58% of the students declaring some level of interest in completing their course online. However, what can be said with the relative certainty is that whether adopted fully or as a hybrid method, online learning will continue to stay at institutions as post-pandemic impact. Needless to say, the pandemic has transformed the centuries-old chalk talk teaching model to one driven by technology. This disruption in the delivery of education is pushing policymakers to figure out how to engagement at a scale while ensuring inclusive e-learning solutions and taking the digital divide. While the higher education sector has been hit hard by the pandemic, there is still significant potential in the key areas by working out some suggestive aspects such as plan flexible learning schedule, introduce interdisciplinary selection of subjects, design blended program in online-offline modes, partner with industry to deliver these programs for upskilling, prepare for online examinations, online admission, online projects, etc. Ensure psychological support to students and faculty, to train the faculty and develop digitally, ensure adequate digital infrastructure. In this time of the crisis, a well-rounded, effective educational practice is what needed for the capacity building of young minds. It will develop a skill that will drive their employability, productivity, health, and well-being in the decades to come, and ensure the overall progress of the nation. I'm immensely happy to witness the contribution of the authors who have presented their research on the varied aspects related to the theme of the conference. I congratulate them and really indebted to them for their presence. I'm sure that the takeaway will be stimulating for them, opening new avenues of higher education in the post-pandemic times adaptive to disruptions. At the end, I would say, it is not the strongest of the species that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. It is well said that a pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. The sails for this particular notion were well adjusted and coordinated by the convener of conference, Dr. Shama Petinkar. I take this privilege to invite her for presenting summary of International Web Conference. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Abhikriti. Good evening to one and all. Chief guest of the valedictory session, Professor Dr. Justin Paul, Professor, University of Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico, USA, and Distinguished Professor, IIM Kerala and SIBM Pune, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Director, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, my colleague and conference convener, Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head Department of Management, conference co-conveners, Dr. Dhanashri Nagar and Dr. Ekta Agrawal, invited guests, faculty colleagues, all the delegates participating in the conference, and my dear students. At the outset, I feel honored and privileged to have an opportunity to present the summary of today's International Web Conference. International Web Conference on the post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education, a new global perspective, organized by Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Madhya Pradesh, was inaugurated by Chief Guest Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, India. Guest of Honor, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Manindra Agrawal, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Special guest, Dr. Uwer Guwen, CEO, Prometheus Space, London, United Kingdom. Advisory Council Member, United Nations Center for Space Science and Space Technology. Keynote speaker, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, President, Indo-European Education Foundation, Warsaw, Poland. Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, India. Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, India. Shri Devendra Kumar Ji Muthal, Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Shri Girdhar Gopal Ji Nagar, Secretary, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. And Dr. Josh Thomas, Director, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Chief guest of inaugural function of conference, Professor Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, focused on post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education and said that AI, cloud computing, data science, blockchain, virtual reality, augmented reality, robotics, and machine learning are the key disciplines which will be the demand of future. Through Atal Academics FDPs, with a record of 165,000 teachers have been trained on various online platforms. He differentiated and termed online and offline teaching as synchronous and asynchronous learning. Engagement of students through integrated learning is also important, and therefore blended mode is the future, he said. Taking care of education of the people with specific learning disabilities, collaborative and blended learning, inclusiveness and diversity is going to be the next reform. Guest of honor, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Manindra Agarwal shared his views on his model COVID Sutra, which is based on the variables such as fraction of susceptible population, undetected and detected infected population, and undetected and detected uninfected population. According to this model, India has 9 phases of COVID-19. Professor Agarwal explained his model and peak in cases in Madhya Pradesh. He said that the second phase is providing immunity to the large population and will last for a few months. The third wave will definitely come, and the survival of the population will depend on how strong the immunity of vaccinated people is. Dr. Uwer Guven, in his address, stated that COVID-19 pandemic has changed the entire scenario in a profound way. Almost every university all over the world has adopted online education. Although there are challenges in online learning in the form of student engagement, COVID-19 has provided numerous opportunities in various sectors. Online teaching is a challenge for many teachers, yet the thought is required for what is next. We have to learn to live with this pandemic. Keynote speaker Dr. Pradeep Kumar, in his keynote address, highlighted that due to availability of digital platforms, most of the sectors of economy across the globe has survived. The research-based evidence indicates that the pandemic is giving rise to inequality. Even in India, 1.5 billion population is not familiar with digital learning system. Education is key factor to personal growth and absolute growth of the nation. Development of digital learning platforms, integrated learning systems, creation of virtual labs is necessity of the time to make the education accessible to all. On this occasion, a souvenir of the International Web Conference also released during the inaugural session of the conference. The inaugural session was followed by a plenary session to review the scenario from different viewpoints and to know about the avenues amid pandemic and post-pandemic. We are fortunate having eminent speakers for the plenary session. Architect Dr. Harpreet Seth, Head of Architecture, Heriot-Watt University, UAE. Mr. Hemant Sharma, seasoned architect and hands-on technology leader for software integrations, refactoring and modernization from USA. Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena, N. Ramarao Chair Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur. Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh, Dean, Research and Development, Head of the Department and Chairperson, Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skills Development, SMS Varanasi. And Professor Hemachandran K, Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, Boxing University, Hyderabad, Telangana, were graced the plenary session with their presence and their brainstorming deliberations. The plenary session focused on insightful understanding of progressive studio pedagogy in responsive blended learning, emerging trends in higher education with new normal, and experience sharing on teaching during and pandemic, post-pandemic startup scenario, issues, opportunities and challenges, and role of artificial intelligence in a post-pandemic world. After this plenary session, 5 parallel technical sessions were conducted. I am delighted to share that we have received an overwhelming response in this International Web Conference in terms of receipt of research papers from 15 states of India with papers from USA, Poland and China also. In technical session 1, Dr. Samidha Dwivedi Sharma of College of Computing and Informatics, Saudi Electronic University, Saudi Arabia was the session chair, and Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head Department of Management, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, India was session co-chair. Reporter of the session was Dr. Sandeep Malu. In total, 14 research papers were presented in the session, including the topics on statistical analysis of COVID-19 using small sample theory with non-parametric tests, the most significant disadvantages of online learning in both secondary and higher secondary and higher education, restructuring academic curriculum post-COVID-19 by analyzing various perspectives and problems faced by students and academicians, brand switching determinants of youngsters in telecom industry, an analysis on e-learning behavior and usage of early greatest generation and education on digitization using analytical hierarchy process and other allied areas of conference theme. Dr. Kuldeep S. Charak, Director, Navasahyadri Group of Institutes, Pune, was the session chair for Technical Session 2. And Dr. Jayesh Tiwari was the co-chair of the session. And the reporter was Dr. Kshama Ganjiwale. 13 research papers were presented in the session, including e-learning, social, physiological, and psychological impact of COVID-19 on children, teaching and learning methodology in digital era, digitalization in education, a need of present education scenario, a study on blended learning experience among management students, a factor-based approach, digital and emotional literacy, post-pandemic challenges and opportunities, and so on. Dr. Seema Singh Zokarkar, Director, Mantra Media Private Limited, and Professor Shri Balaji University, Pune, was the session chair for Technical Session 3. The session was co-chaired by Dr. Deepa Katiyal. The session reporter was Dr. Digambar Negi. Total 14 papers were presented, which involved qualitative discussion on the topics, act on some social heads of India, blended learning redefined, and EdTech strategy to cope with pandemic, social impact of COVID-19, role of family system in providing physio-social support to the elderly, educators' perception towards innovative techniques and evaluation tools, a pragmatic study among the colleges in Bangalore city, teaching and learning methodology in digital era, perception of higher education stakeholders for post-pandemic strategies, the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic with 5G technologies and other related topics. Technical Session 4 was chaired by Dr. D. Raja Jeva Singh, Vice Principal, St. Joseph's College of Commerce, Bangalore, Karnataka. Dr. Pragya Sharma was the session co-chair, and reporter of the session was Dr. Jayashree Sharma. 13 papers were presented in the session. The topics included teaching and learning English in the digital age. The future is a post-pandemic period, stress and its effects of students in virtual classroom. A conceptual study on the view consumer behavior paradigm amidst COVID-19 and its later effects on the Indian retail sector. Assessment and evaluation techniques in higher education, emerging trends in higher education due to impact of pandemic and other sub-themes of the conference. The last technical session, that is Technical Session 5, Dr. Ram Singh from Quantum School of Business, Quantum University, Roorkee, was the session chair, and Dr. Deepa Joshi was session co-chair. Reporter of the session was Dr. Rekha Melwani. In total, 14 research papers were presented in this session, including the topics on post-pandemic paradigm shift in workplace, managing workplace diversity, assuring life in global threat, lessons of past, loss in present, life in future, a study on transformation of faculty into agile workforce in higher education with reference to Bangalore district, influencing factors in online shopping, a study on the rural people during COVID-19 period, transformational impact of COVID-19, no teaching and learning, a study on online classes, effects of online learning on learners and instructors during COVID-19 pandemic. In nutshell, the conference concluded with varied outcomes from qualitative discussions such as need of student-centric education and role of faculty as facilitator, changing role of stakeholders for effective learning in new normal, effective higher education strategies with reforms in evaluation, inclusiveness of education as emerging need, a dire need for developing adequate infrastructure for online education having multilingual interfaces, new approaches for setting up of well-equipped virtual and online education infrastructure, innovative ideas for curriculum development which complements the demand of industry in sync with post-pandemic business scenario, and many on the same line. Impactful approaches are to be developed for setting up of well-equipped educational infrastructure to cope up with post-pandemic scenario in higher education. And now, of course, this valedictory session is going to be the cherry on the top. It gives us immense satisfaction that this international conference proved to be fruitful and stimulating to develop the education system in the post-pandemic times. Current pandemic has the potential to radically reshape our world, but we must not passively sit back and observe what plays out. Now is the time for intelligent collective action. If everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to your presence in the upcoming conference too. Thank you all. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm fortunate to invite our mentor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishno Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, who is a great motivation to all of us and a visionary who gave us the belief to bring together this event. Share your words of wisdom with us.
Good evening to all of you. Chief guest of this session and a worthy friend, Professor Justin Fall, currently from United States. Director SVIM, Dr. George Thomas, Dr. Arvind Singh, Dr. Shama Pethankar, Dr. Abhijit, and all other faculty colleagues, guests, friends, and my dear students. All that begins comes to an end. The same logic applies to a conference, but then every end makes beginning for the next session or next chapter of the activity. This conference was started this morning, and we had excellent speakers who made deliberations and enriched our understanding about the transition that is taking place. These deliberations have certainly helped us in understanding that where we will be when pandemic goes. The post-pandemic situation is important, and we need to gear up and prepare ourselves for that situation when one day we'll be back to the campus, our students will be back to the campus, and then the scenario will be different. We'll be having students who have had different kind of experience in terms of teaching learning process during the last more than 1 year now. So teaching learning has been happening, assessments have been happening online. Assessments with proctored approach have been successfully happening in most of the institutions in India and of course in the developed world. Some of the important points which are very relevant in this context, so far as post-pandemic situation is concerned, as it was mentioned in the morning also, that the system will be technology driven. All that will be happening, whether we talk about the teaching pedagogy or we talk about the assessments, we talk examinations, it will be all driven by technology. And the beginning has already been made. Pandemic has certainly disrupted and now devastated many systems, but at the same time it has taught us to use technology, and we have been using technology to the extent what was not so earlier, pre-pandemic. We have learned it. So it has persuaded us to learn what we were not doing earlier. And this learning will go a long way. We shall have to continue using technology and using blended mode in addition to in-person interaction with the students on the campus. Online mode will continue. Besides technology, innovations have to happen. We have to do things differently now. And how differently we will be able to do that, that is to be seen. And what will make the difference between institutions is this particular factor, how innovative we are. And thirdly, another dimension that is going to be added now, which was not there pre-pandemic, that is mental health issues. We shall have to cater to the needs of students, faculty, and staff, so far as the mental health aspect is concerned. Because of this pandemic, because of this devastation, because of horrible experiences in many cases, there will be certain issues which are to be dealt with. Therefore, in every institution, we shall have to create a particular center for dealing with mental health issues, dealing with emotional problems, dealing with psychological problems, not only restricted to students, but to all. So that support will be required, and that support is to be provided by the professionally qualified people. So this is an element in the functions of every institution, which will be added post COVID-19. We are still in the pandemic, still problems are there, but at the same time, we should be always hopeful, we should be optimistic, and scientists across the world, COVID warriors around the world are finding ways to come over the situation and go back to the normalcy. The normalcy which will follow will be different from the normalcy that we used to have earlier. But then we have to be prepared for it, deal with it, cope with it, and then see what best we can do, what best we can do for the students, what best we can do for the society, for the community around us, and then at the same time integrate with the industry. We shall have to, as educational institutions, integrate with the future recruiters so that we teach what is needed by industry tomorrow, so that by the time students pass out, they are job ready. So these are some of the strategies which will be required. I'm happy that we have Professor Justin Paul with us, and he may add a different perspective to what we have understood since morning and make us richer in our understanding. So with these words, I wish you all the best, and I also congratulate Dr. George Thomas and his team for organizing a very successful and meaningful conference on 21st, that is today. With these words, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Nothing great will be achieved without great men. And men are only great if they are determined to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Professor Justin Paul as chief guest for the valedictory ceremony. I now call upon Dr. Dhanichari Nagar to introduce our chief guest to all of us.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Professor Dr. Justin Paul is a professor of business administration at the University of Puerto Rico, United States of America, and editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Consumer Studies. Previously, Dr. Paul served as a faculty member with Rollins College, the University of Washington, and Nagoya University of Commerce and Business, Japan. Dr. Justin serves as editor-in-chief of A-Rank International Journal of Consumer Studies and associate editor of Journal of Business Research and Journal of Strategic Marketing. He has also authored and co-authored several books titled Business Environment, International Marketing, Service Marketing, Export-Import Management, Management of Banking and Financial Services by McGraw-Hill's, Oxford University Press, and Pearson, respectively. Dr. Justin holds 3 honorary titles as Distinguished Professor with 3 reputed universities, including Indian Institute of Management, Kerala, and Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune. His other academic associations include Aarhus University, Denmark, Grenoble École de Management and University of Versailles, France, University of Lithuania, Warsaw, Poland, visiting professor at University of Chicago, Vienna University, Austria, Fudan and UIBE, China, and UAB, Barcelona and Madrid, as well as Indian Institute of Management and Symbiosis Institute of Business Management. Dr. Paul introduced the Maastricht model and measure for brand management, CPP model for internationalization, scope framework for small firms, and 7Ps framework for international marketing. An author of over 110 research papers in SSCI journals, he is also an author of 4 case studies published by Ivey Business School and Harvard Business School, and has visited over 60 countries as a visiting professor and speaker. I now request Professor Justin to address the conference gathering. So please.
Sir, please unmute your mic, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Most respected and visionary Vice Chancellor of Professor Upinder Dar, Director Professor George Thomas, and Abhijit Banerjee, Dhanasri, and other ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here as a guest of honor or chief guest or whatever you call it on the occasion of your international conference. It gives me pleasure and it gives me some ideas to think about comparing India with the United States of America and try to think about what can be done in the near future for the betterment of society in both countries. I got some ideas, and before I go on to my 10-minute or 15-minute speech, I would like to also congratulate you for organizing this timely conference, because this is a time of desperation, or this is a time of disappointment and frustration for many of us. So in case if you all get disappointed with what is going on in society, COVID-19 pandemic and all, so our students will get disappointed. So we should not let our students get disappointed, and you are organizing activities and conferences using whatever possible mode, like online modes and digital, leveraging the opportunities out of digital modes, and which is very important and which is very, 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 very critical these days as part of survival and success. So for that reason, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this conference and trying to motivate people to participate. And because these days the education sector is also in a kind of situation where people are asking about what will happen to the education sector in the next 1 or 2 years. Probably once everyone gets vaccinated, things will be optimistic, everything will be normal, like in America now. The president, Mr. Biden, has already announced that those who have got 2 doses of vaccine need not wear a mask in public places. So this is the new rule. But in India, people are going with 2 masks because of whatever so I mean, before getting vaccinated, the government and people did not take the thing seriously. As a result, India is suffering from second wave of COVID-19, and as a result, there are more challenges than expected. So this is a challenge. So my ideas, so some of the insight that I would like to share as part of my speech today, I would like to divide into 3 parts. The first part is context. Context is definitely COVID-19 context, and then I would like to tell you 1 or 2 short stories, and then solution. So I have 2-3 solutions for the problems. Probably businesses or faculty members can think about those solutions. The context, my first point is COVID-19. And COVID-19, as we all know that this was unexpected. People didn't expect this, the magnitude of COVID-19. When there were signals of COVID-19 from China, my mother once called me up and she told me that this is a serious problem. I said, no, don't try to tease me, or don't try to say that this is a serious problem. This is just going to be like a SARS. It will have some effect on some countries, and for 2-3 months or maximum, It's not going to affect everyone. I told her that way. She didn't agree with me, and I didn't agree with her. This was the original first 3 months of, I remember that telephone call. And it is not in America, it was only in China at that time. And it was in news, but it was not spread to different countries. But this was unexpected. So this also gives us insight that the life of, each and every one of our life or our businesses are subject to this kind of unexpected problem. We never, we never had taken problems into our business plans. Problems need to be taken into account, and problems need to be classified as expected problem and unexpected problem. A new lesson or new insight that I learned based on COVID-19 pandemic is that any business or anyone's life, each and every one of us life, we have to take into account, we have to foresee. As a visionary, we have to all think and foresee that in case if these problems occurs in our life, in case if this kind of problems come on our way in our business, how do we overcome these challenges? And we have to think that way. So this is the COVID-19 context. COVID-19 pandemic is actually motivating us to think in that direction, to look at the anticipated and unanticipated problems that might occur on our way to achieve success. We all work hard to achieve success. When we work hard to achieve success, we have to look into each and every aspect of business or each and every aspect of life more holistically and comprehensively. This is important. And when I talk about context, I would also like to compare some of the situations in America, because you may not be aware of what is also going on in America and things, or what happened and what is likely to happen. So India is under lockdown now, and so every one of us has problems. I was supposed to travel to India on 9th of May, and my trip got postponed. And last year also my trip got postponed, and last year did not happen, so I had to simply cancel the ticket. And this year also it is happening that way. Every Indian living in India or outside India has problem. Those who live outside India, they are not able to travel. Even my father passed away during this. It is not because of COVID, it was because of age-related problem, but I could not travel. So a lot of problems. I have another friend from India who is a professor in Washington, DC, and his mother passed away. He could not travel. Every one of us has we all have faced some problems. So because of this COVID-19 pandemic. So we have to understand that this has hit each one of us in some way or other way, directly or indirectly. So, and we have to also, I have some more examples of, because we actually look at each and every case situation or business in business sector. I have two case studies. For example, I used to go to a Chinese restaurant in my city sometimes to taste Chinese food. And this is run by a Chinese who migrated to America. And she came originally as a Chinese cook to work in a Chinese restaurant, because cooks, in case if you have some certificate and qualifications in cooking of your country food, each and every country restaurants are there in different countries. Like if you go to Australia, you will see restaurants from different countries. In American cities also restaurants from different countries, and most of the cooks come from their respective countries. And this lady immigrated originally as a cook, and then after working as a cook for 10 years, she had more dreams. And then she decided to be an entrepreneur. She decided to set up some restaurants. Initially one, then she started the second one and third one. And COVID-19, actually when she was running her business on a break-even basis. She was not making much profit before COVID-19 also. She was just marginally making some profit. So she was surviving because of that. She was not really very successful in her business before COVID-19, but when COVID-19 spread out throughout America, and when American government decided to announce lockdown, because of the lockdown, she had to lock down her 3 restaurants, and she did not own those buildings. Actually, she had leased property. Everything was on lease, and she was paying commercial property rent is very high compared to residential property rent. She was paying very high rent for her commercial property to run those restaurants, and she was not able to pay that rent every month basis for 3 months. So her landlord, the owner of the building, terminated the lease agreement with her, and she lost everything. I mean, simply she had to close down her restaurant. And so that means that is just one case. There are several cases of small entrepreneurs. She was a small entrepreneur. There were several cases of small entrepreneurs in India and America, Europe, and different countries. Those who have faced this kind of situation, and those who have shut down their businesses due to some kind of problems like this. And not only small enterprises, the big enterprises are also facing problems. I tell you another example. So next to my building where I live, there are so many. I live in a touristic city, so it's one of the famous beaches just across my road, and there are so many hotels targeting tourists in my place. Marriott Hotel, Hilton Hotel, all those 5-star, 4-star hotels are there next to my building. And I go for my morning walk or evening walk, depending upon my free time. And last 1 year, when I've been going around these hotels for my morning walk or evening walk, I found that, these hotels are empty and no staff, no customers, and for more than a year, they are running short of business. They have no business. And previously, these hotels used to have a lot of businesses. I mean, they used to be fully packed, and they used to increase the price when a lot of people book. They were doing all those kind of dynamic pricing, and prices were even shooting up like $300, $400 per day. They were charging that way based on demand, increased demand, all this kind of. But nowadays they have no business. People are not traveling as tourists, and they have no business, and they have terminated some of their employees too. So a lot of employees have lost their jobs. This is another challenge. And I'll also tell you another story of some fancy restaurants and fancy cafes or fancy bars and those kind of things. In Western countries, bars are like cafes. In India, they are all known as cafes and restaurants. Suppose in case if you look at Indore, I was a faculty member at IIM for more than 3 years at Indore. So, let's say there are 100 cafes or coffee places or tea places in Indore, maybe let's say 200. And in any city in America or Europe, you will find at least 200 bars, at least. So bars are very common, which doesn't mean that you go and booze and do that. People just go there for hanging out, and sometimes they have a beer, or sometimes some people just drink a lot, some people just drink one glass, but people just go there for company and those kind of things. So a lot of young people in 20s go there. This is the thing. And there is a very, very famous bar. It's actually a bar, but its name is cafe. It's called Hard Rock Cafe. Hard Rock Cafe is one of the famous bar brand from America. So it's there in every city in America, Hard Rock Cafe. It's more like a fancy bar where all the people in 20s goes, and so they have loud music at night. Daytime is completely restaurant and bar. Nighttime they move as loud music bar. But then this one was just across Marriott Hotel. I mean, it is everywhere in America, but like the one next to my place was just across Marriott Hotel. And after lockdown, they have not opened. After lockdown, they didn't open. So such a famous cafe or such a famous bar, even they couldn't survive COVID-19 pandemic time, and they simply decided not to open again. So there are so many enterprises. That means even unknown small restaurant to a very well-known Hard Rock Cafe branch. So that means COVID-19 has hit almost every enterprise, those who are doing traditional brick and mortar business. But on the other hand, digital businesses, they have mushroomed. My cousin worked for a company called NVIDIA in San Francisco in California. He says that his company has made more profit because their company is into digital media. So that means companies, those who have relied upon digital transformation and digital media business, and they have capitalized this pandemic through digital operations. Like for example, Zoom itself, people didn't know about Zoom before pandemic. You know how much business Zoom generated these days. So my solution to the problems that different businesses, the similar problems are in India also. So I would like to move on to my third part, some solutions. Any business, in case if they have to survive and succeed in the days to come, they need to have a blend of digital business operations in addition to the traditional brick and mortar. Traditional brick and mortar might face more problems, so they need to, in case if they have not enabled digital business, they have to enable digital business. For example, restaurant, I talked about Chinese restaurant. In case if they haven't done food delivery, they have to think about food delivery using mobile applications. There are mobile apps for food delivery. So such kind of things need to be done. So they need to think about at least 40 or 50% of business coming through the digital channels. Any even small business can do that, and they have to think about it, whether they are in India or America. Digital transformation is the need of the hour for all type of businesses. It is not traditional brick and mortar businesses that will work, because we have to expect such problems in future too. It is not the end of every problem. Even if we get vaccinated, of course, this virus might go away, but you never know, after 4 years or 5 years, another one can come. So those kind of challenges need to be expected. So my suggestion is also that, for example, we are all business researchers and business academics. So in business academics, it's also important to think about business plan, and some of us teach how to prepare a business plan. And when we involve students to prepare a business plan or a marketing plan, I would like to suggest that you have to take into account problems, or you have to include problems as part of business plan preparation. And these problems need to be classified as expected problems and unexpected problems. So this is also should be part of your business plan. I have actually developed a framework called 7P framework, which is now relevant. It was developed before COVID-19. And this 7P framework consists of 7P constructs. Performance is the goal of the 7P framework. And performance is a function of path, process, pace, problems, pattern, so like that. So you have to decide your path. Path is your growth path. How do you mobilize your resources and all those kind of things? Suppose, so you need to think about resource mobilization. It's the first step in business as an entrepreneur. And those 7P constructs are increasingly relevant in the post-pandemic context, I would suggest that way. And because pace of doing business also need to be integrated in business plan. And these 7P framework are more useful to prepare your business plan or marketing plan. And the pace at which you do your business need to be also rethought, or you have to relook at it, and then pattern of doing business, so like, for example, product, whatever product you have, product pattern with reference to product portfolio, pattern with reference to product destination, marketing destinations. So this also need to look into account on, or a redrafting plan requires such kind of things. And as I mentioned in the beginning, problems were never taken into account in traditional business plans. So I strongly recommend that problems, considering the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges that we all face, problems should be part and parcel of the business plan. It is very important, and it is critical to integrate problems into business plan. And then other things can come into account, so your product strategy and other things can come into account, and then you can try to succeed, or one can try to succeed based on product strategy or promotion strategy and all. But more important P construct I would like to suggest and argue are path, processes that you follow. Path, process, your potential, and your pattern, and your pace and problems. Processes that you follow are also important. So performance is a function of path, process, pattern, pace, and your problems. And these all P's need to be taken into account together and analyze your business plan. And business plan needs to be rewritten. It needs a new structure in the post-COVID time, or in the COVID time, to survive and succeed. With these remarks, I would like to thank you, the organizers, for inviting me for this session. And I hope you get some message based on what I tried to convey today. And thank you, Professor Ubinder Dar and Professor George Thomas and other professors of your college for this invitation. And I would like to wish you all the best for a prosperous future for all the community members, including the students of your university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Paul. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your influential message. You made us aware of post-pandemic situation at USA. Also, you shared with us the challenges small and big entrepreneurs are facing at USA due to COVID-19. You have also shown the opportunities for businesses in post-pandemic time through digital platform. We are enlightened by your intellectual thoughts, observations, and solutions on the changing role of business in post-pandemic era. Thank you so much. I now request all the dignitaries to please turn on the camera so that we can capture the moment as a remembrance of the gathering. Thank you all. We all need people who will give us feedback. That's how we improve. Considering these motivational words of Bill Gates, I now call upon delegates to share their experience related to International Web Conference. I request Mr. Sachin Kumar, Research Scholar, Department of Educational Studies, Central University of Jammu, Samba, Jammu and Kashmir, to share his feedback on today's International Web Conference. Mr. Sachin Kumar.
My voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, थोड़ा यहाँ issue है थोड़ा यहाँ.
No problem, sir. You continue, sir.
Thank you, National Institute of Management, Indore, MP. और मैम इम्पोर्टेंट बात जो आज ये है कि आज हम कश्मीर में बैठ के हमने जितनी हमारी जो डाइवर्सिटी है जो डाइवर्सिटी है उसको में दे दिया है वो हमें सेमिनार्स का पता था, लेकिन आज हम यहाँ पे बेशक 2G की स्पीड है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हमें सुनाई दे रहा है जो भी जैसे भी है। और सबसे मैम इम्पोर्टेंट आज के सेशन में मुझे ये लगा कि मैम हर एक रिसोर्स पर्सन ने हर एक पेपर को बड़ा क्रिटिकल एनालाइज किया और हर पेपर पे उन्होंने बताया कि कहाँ आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में प्रॉब्लम है, कहाँ आपकी रिकमेंडेशंस कम है या कहाँ पे आपके प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे हैं, आप ऐसा करो। और मैम ये सबसे मेरे लिए बिल्कुल न्यू चीज है कि एक एक्सपर्ट है जिनके पास लिमिटेड टाइम है, उसके बावजूद भी वो हर एक पेपर को 5 से 10 मिनट का एनालाइज कर रहे हैं, वो भी एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद मैम सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट था कि आज जो बड़े सारे पेपर्स थे मैम, उन्होंने ई कंटेंट की बात की, ई लर्निंग की बात की, ई पेडागोजी की बात हुई। और मैम सबसे जो इम्पोर्टेंट ये था कि आज हमें सिंगल वेबिनार में मल्टीपल लर्निंग चीज मिली। क्योंकि मैम आपने जो ये रिसोर्स पर्सन आपने जो बुलवाए थे मैम, ये हर अपने सेक्टर से जो एक्सपीरियंस पर्सन थे वो थे। कुछ रिसोर्स पर्सन मैनेजमेंट से थे, कुछ रिसोर्स पर्सन एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट से थे। तो मैम आपने पूरे डाइवर्सिटी है उसको एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म में जो ये किया है, इससे मैम जो हमारी नॉलेज है ये फ्रूटफुल हुई। हमारा जो प्रीवियस नॉलेज थी मैम उसमें हमारी नॉलेज में इंक्रीजमेंट हुई। और सबसे मैम जो इम्पोर्टेंट ये था कि आज डिजिटल डिवाइड पे हर पेपर में रिकमेंडेशंस आ रही थी, हर पेपर में एक डिजिटल डिवाइड की आ रही थी। क्योंकि मैम हर एक को पता है कि हम इंडिया में हैं, यहाँ पे ज्योग्राफिकल डाइवर्सिटीज बड़ी ज्यादा है। आज जैसे बेशक आज मैं हिल एरिया से बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन यहाँ पे मैम नेटवर्क इशू है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमें ड्यू टू डिफेंस कुछ नेटवर्क में हमें कुछ चीज दी जाती है कि आपको 4G नहीं मिलेगा या आपको 3G नहीं मिलेगा। आपको मिलेगा, आपने इसी के अंदर ही करना है। तो मैम हम हैप्पी हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि मैम हम आज बैठे बैठे अपने घर में, हम कहाँ पे मैम, कहाँ मध्य प्रदेश है और कहाँ कश्मीर है और कहाँ पे अभी जो भी लास्ट सर जस्टिन सर बोल रहे थे वो कहाँ यूएसए। तो मैम ये एक जो एक सुई धागे का ये काम है ना मैम, ये सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट था। और मैम ये मैं आपके लिए पूरे हिंदुस्तान की तरफ से, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर की तरफ से, स्पेशली कश्मीर डिवीजन की तरफ से मैं आपको थैंक यू बोलता हूँ मैम। आपने हमें ये मौका दिया जिससे हमारी नॉलेज में इंक्रीजमेंट हुई। और मैम ये इस बात का मैं आज एक ट्रस्ट करता हूँ, प्रॉमिस करता हूँ कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करने के बाद जो भी हम रिसर्च पेपर लिखेंगे उसमें मैम एक साइंटिफिक होगा, उसमें एक एविडेंस होगा। क्यों? क्योंकि मैम आज हमारी जो लर्निंग है ये आज की नहीं है, ये हमारी लर्निंग लाइफ लॉन्ग है। थैंक यू मैम, दिस इज ऑल अबाउट माई सेल्फ। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you so much sir, for your comments. Thank you so much. I now appoint Mr. Pal Burr, Senior Consultant, CGI Technologies, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA, give his feedback on the experience of International Web Conference.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. It was great, connecting back with Vaishnav Institute of Management. I have been a student of this institution, and I would like to congratulate everyone who has been, part of this, all the professors and all the organizing committee, and I would also like to thank them for all the efforts they have put in to give as much information to the participants as early as possible. They have also guided us, especially Ekta Agrawal ma'am. She has been in constant touch with me. I know there is this time difference, like I'm like 12 hours right across the world. But she held my hand throughout the whole thing, and what is expected out of the people and what should it contain, and what all the ceremonies are going to be. So a lot of congratulations again, a lot of praise, and I can't express my joy of connecting back with the SVIM, and I would also expect some more of such conferences in the future. And I find it is a great opportunity to see something which is like one object but through different lenses. So we are seeing like analysis of pandemic through like whatnot mathematical formulas by our own Professor Jayesh Tiwari sir. Child education, psychology, technology, business model change, adoptions, things like that. So it was a great experience. It was a Friday morning, spent nice and clean. So thanks a lot everyone for this wonderful experience, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir, for your keen observation. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Postdoctoral Department of Electronic Engineering, Liuzhou Vocational and Technical College, Liuzhou, Sichuan, China, to share experience of attending International Web Conference. Dr. Ashwini?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Good evening to all. Thank you very much. I am Ashwini Kumar from China, and I am working here as a associate professor. And I am really thankful to all the staff of the Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management. I would like to thank Dr. George Thomas, and I also like to thank Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, SVIM, and Dr. Shama Pathankar and Abhijit Chatterjee, convener of this great conference. This conference really gave me time to reflect and grow in many aspects of my personal and professional life. It provides me the depth of understanding that is not possible from the reading. Due to this pandemic, our life changed a lot. And personally, my life affect a lot. I have been in China from last 5 years and continuously from last 2 years. Due to this pandemic, I'm not able to come back to India, and my family also not able to come back to China. And I, in that meantime, I also get a baby in China. Now he is 5 months old, and nobody is here to taking care except me and my wife. And this pandemic affect our life very much. But today, this conference is very, very useful and important, informative, and very great for assessing authentic learning. I have gained many ideas from this conference. In this conference, raised many questions as it has given answers. Great information from teachers and great information for teachers to be able to move their thinking forward. And we are able to pass this on to the students. I really express my sincere thanks to my colleague, Dr. Namarta Soni, for continuously motivating and guiding me to participate in this conference. It's really great pleasure for me to share my experience, share our research in this international conference. Once again, thank you all. Thank you very much, and best wishes. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words.
Yeah.
I now call upon Dr. Sapna Kasliwal, Assistant Professor, Commerce, Shri Rajendra Suri Government College, Sardarpur, Madhya Pradesh, to give feedback on experience of attending International Web Conference.
Good evening, everyone. Ma'am, my voice is audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful being part of such a well-managed and informative web conference, and it is my privilege and honor to give feedback for the same. I would like to express gratitude and appreciation to the organizers for enhancing our knowledge and experience on much relevant topic in today's crisis time. Listening to the eminent personalities like Dr. Guven sir, Dr. Pradeep Kumar sir, and in last Dr. Paul sir was very enriching and enlightening experience for me. Especially Dr. Nitin Saxena's lecture on teaching during a pandemic time was a wonderful and highly informative. Technical session 3, of which I was a part of and presented paper, was also very interesting. Session chair Dr. Seema ma'am and Dr. Katyal ma'am's suggestions are like guiding torch for the future research. So thank you organizers, and especially Dr. Ekta Agrawal ma'am, through which I came to know about this conference and can be a part of it. Looking forward to more such conferences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request Dr. Vinod Kumar Mishra, Professor and Director, Asian Institute of Professional Studies, Mahu, Madhya Pradesh, to please share views on attending International Web Conference.
Sir, you please unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic, sir.
Namaskar, respected Dr. Upinder Dhar sir, my guru. and Vice Chancellor Swami SVV, Dr. George, Director Swami Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Dr. Pathadkar and Dr. Shukla, and all dignitaries and luminaries on the dais, virtual dais. So the conference was very fruitful, and I should say this conference was the conference of hope. Dr. Dhar has in very first inaugural session has been said about that all pandemic has been there, but still there is hope. He has motivated so that all academicians can raise their pen and start doing research and academics also. Dr. Sahasra Buddhe has been given very fruitful insights and created a hope that there is new education policy and there is opportunity for every academician to work on. So that is wonderful that it has been given. And the whole session I had attended incidentally very second session. Randomly I had clicked on the session. और वहां मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि डॉक्टर चरक जो है, he is being analyzing these papers very well, so that it has been given very well insights. Shama madam was sitting over there, and I heard all papers, and he had analyzed wonderfully, and he has motivated also. So that has created that Charak sir like teacher should be gurus, where they are guiding students and paper presenter also. And Dr. Justin Paul has finally given his comment, and he has given very well insights about the future, what innovations can be done in business, in industries, in academics. यानी उम्मीदों का कारवां फिर से जाग पड़ा है इस अंधेरे में, जहां पर इतना विपदा आई हुई है. एक साल से it has been become a tsunami, और ताउते even academics was most affected area. लेकिन this conference has, हाँ हमारे लिए भी जगह है, we still can raise and stand up and work on research and academics. So thank you Dhar sahab, thank you George sir, Shama ma'am, Shukla ma'am, and all luminaries of Vaishnav University and Vaishnav Institute. आप सब ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है कि एक अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस को ऑर्गेनाइज किया इस मुसीबत के समय में भी, जबकि सब कुछ बंद हो चुका था. और एकता मैम ने कॉल किया मुझे और कहा कि सर आप कमेंट कीजिएगा, और मुझे दुख है कि मैंने कोई पेपर प्रेजेंट नहीं किया, लेकिन खुशी है कि मैंने ज्ञान बहुत सारा अर्जित किया, और इसलिए प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पाया कि मैं खुद जो है कोविड वॉलंटियर हूँ और उसकी सेवा में सुबह शाम लगा रहता हूँ, तो टाइम नहीं मिल पाया कि मैं कुछ लिख पाऊँ. मैं ऑनलाइन योग सिखा रहा हूँ और योग पर पेपर तैयार कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पाया. लेकिन नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस में आई विल बी श्योरली पार्टिसिपेटिंग विद, और बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करके. थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all delegates for sharing your valuable experience with us. Talent and skills are the crops that are nurtured, groomed, and given all possible opportunities to grow and bloom. With an objective to acknowledge and encourage the quality research work, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management has kept Best Paper Award. I now request Dr. George Thomas, Director, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management and Conference Chairperson, to announce the Best Paper Award. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Abhikriti. So, in all, we have selected 2 best papers, and these best papers are, selected on the basis of the following criteria. Number 1 is plagiarism. Number 2, blind review. Then number 3 is quality, content, innovativeness, relevance to the theme, and feasibility to implement the conclusion. And 4th point is effectiveness of presentation, mapping with research proposal. So on the basis of this, and we had first plagiarism check, then a blind committee was made, paper was distributed to them, and they analyzed it, and finally the presentation was mapped by the chairpersons of the different technical sessions. So after the total sum of the marks allotted by the panels, 2 best papers were selected. So the number 1 Both are best, and the first one I will read. The title of the paper is Brand Switching Determinants of Youngsters in Telecom Industry for Pursuing Online Education. Authors are Dr. M. Vidya and Dr. K. Meenakshi, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Science, Sri Krishna Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. So congratulations. I think we should give them a big round of applause. And the second best paper is Stress and Effects of Higher Education in Students in Virtual Classroom During COVID-19. Authors are Dr. Asleen Melba, Research Scholar, NM College, Marthandam, Tamil Nadu. Co-author Dr. C.L. Jeba Melvin, Head of Research Center, NM College, Marthandam, Tamil Nadu. So once again, big round of applause to this, both the papers. And thank you very much. Over to Abhiprati. Let me tell you one more thing. This best paper, both of the papers will be getting rupee 10,000. 10,000. Both the papers will be getting 10,000 rupees. This we have already announced in the brochure. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to the winners. I now request the audio-visual team for curtain raiser of upcoming International Web Conference at Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India.
Sir, I would request you to please give us the space in your diary for this second. So I must here congratulate the existing conveners and co-conveners. So these are the new co-conveners for the next international conference. As conveners, Dr. Shama Patankar, Dr. Abhijit deserves great appreciation from all of us. The same way, Dr. Dhanashri and Dr. Ekta and the torch bearers for the coming international web conference would be Dr. Pragya and Dr. Jiten Jain. So wish you all the best. Start working on this. I will request Dhar sir to book this date because I know अभी आपके इसमें हमारे को space मिल जाएगा for this conference. And because of you, we got the motivation and we could do this conference successfully, sir. So your blessings are needed for the next conference also.
Okay, let us see. Hope for the best. So you have 1 full year to get more papers this time.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You got the consent of sir. It means on that date. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
This is because of sir, we got this inspiration that we should announce the next conference on the day of the conference itself. So we prepared the topic and decided the theme. Yes, please.
On this note, I request all the respected dignitaries and delegates to join us once again in the upcoming International Web Conference and make it a huge success as well. A dream becomes reality through determination and hard work. It's a belief beheaded and well accomplished by Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head, Department of Management and Convener of Conference in making this International Web Conference worthy. Considering that gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow, I now request Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Conference Convener, to propose vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Abhikriti madam. Once a great man whispered, feeling thankfulness and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Honorable Professor Dr. Justin Paul, Honorable Dr. Upendra Dhar sir, our most valuable participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to offer thanks on this occasion. I, Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, conference convener and professor and head of the department, on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management and the entire organizing team here together, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the scholars and paper presenters for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions today. A big thank you to Professor Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, India, for accepting our invitation for being the chief guest of the inaugural session and sparing time out of his busy schedule and sharing his thoughts on educational reforms. He touched upon the nomenclature of offline and online learning, teaching learning, vis-a-vis synchronous and asynchronous nomenclature of learning. He also discussed about inclusive learning and critical thinking and creativity. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Sri Dr. Manindra Agrawal, Defense Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for gracing the occasion as guest of honor. Dr. Manindra Agrawal discussed the COVID Sutra software and his predictions about the country, Madhya Pradesh and Indore as well. Further, we are grateful to our special guest of the conference, Professor Dr. Uwer Guwen, for being the part of the conference and enlightening the audience with his experience. He predicted that by beginning of year 2022 would see the end of pandemic, and he emphasized on the importance of internships for the students of management, as well as for all the other students of all the other streams. I would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Pradeep Kumar, President, Indo-European Education Foundation, Warsaw, Poland, for extending excellent support to the international conference and promoting the conference in Poland and amongst academic fraternity in Europe. I also wish to express my gratitude to architect Dr. Harpreet Seth, Mr. Hemant Sharma, Professor Dr. Nitin Saxena, Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh, and Professor Dr. Hema Chandran K for joining the plenary session as panel experts and sharing their valuable inputs on the most relevant and topic of concern today. I am also very grateful to Dr. Samidha Sharma, Dr. Kuldeep Charak, Dr. Seema Singh Zorkarkar, Dr. Raja Jeba Singh, and Dr. Ram Singh for being the session chairs and critically evaluating the scholarly work of the presenter and sharing their valuable inputs with all the participants. We express our gratitude to Chief Guest of the valedictory session, respected Professor Dr. Justin Paul, for gracing the valedictory session and sharing his inspiring words. I would be failing in my duties without expressing my gratitude to Dr. Dhar, Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Dhar is a wonderful teacher, motivator, and a great leader. Sir, you are everything one could look into a good mentor. You groomed us to be a sound professional. Thanks for being a good mentor and for guiding all of us on the right path. We shall always be thankful to you. I would like to thank all the delegates from the print and the digital media for extending continuous support and giving excellent media coverage to all our events throughout the year. We look forward to such support in future as well. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our management for always supporting and encouraging us to take such academic endeavors. A special mention to our venerable director, Dr. George Thomas Sir, and Registrar Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Dr. Arvind Singh Sir, for being the catalyst to inspire us to do our best and stand as a pillar of power. This type of conference cannot happen overnight. The wheels started moving many months ago. It requires planning and bird's eye view for details. I am fortunate to have my colleague, Dr. Shama Paithankar, conference convener and head Department of Computer Science, whose untiring efforts have made this conference a success. Thank you, madam. I also want to thank the team of Dr. Dhanashree Nagar and Dr. Ekta Agrawal, the two conference co-conveners who worked round the clock to give shape to this conference and execute it in a grand way. Our technical arrangement team, the online logistics, and the housekeeping staff, being supported by a team of very active and dedicated employees of our organization who are well versed in their jobs, have worked relentlessly for the success of this conference, also deserve a big round of applause and expression of gratitude from the organizers. With deep sense of appreciation, we thank our loving teachers for their untiring effort. I would like to thank the students who participated in the conference in large numbers through YouTube live stream and took benefit of the intellectual consortium. Thank you one and all. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The end of a story is the new beginning for many others. On this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable valedictory session. On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management family, we sincerely thank all dignitaries and delegates for sparing their valuable time and active participation, which made this international web conference a huge success. With the hope to meet you all soon, I once again extend heartfelt thanks to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Paul. Professor Paul has left.
No, sir, he is in the meeting.
He is here, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Paul. We'll be in touch.
Yes.
We'll be troubling you also in future. Whenever you travel to India, just let us know. We will arrange sessions for you with our students.
We'll definitely look forward to have an interaction. Justin sir, if you remember, I'm not sure about the year, but you had visited the Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management for a panel discussion on budget. It used to be an annual feature and it is still an annual feature of our institute, and you had visited our institute to participate in a panel discussion while you were in IIM Indore.
I think he's not able to hear us.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Right. So I would take this opportunity on behalf of the entire team. I must personally congratulate all of you for your wonderful and amazing contribution in making this conference a grand success. So let us all, clap for each other for a wonderful work. Because of the COVID, we may not meet. You would like to go straight away home. So it's better to wish each other on Google Meet, and let us hope we'll do such events in future also, and God give you good health and stay safe.
Yes. Sir, I would like to mention Sudha Sharma
Yes.
madam is also there.
अरे हाँ,
She
मैम
is
को भी
also,
तो
yes,
yes.
she has also joined the valedictory.
Yes, सुधा मैम, आप
Yes.
बहुत टाइम से बीच में मैडम
Yes,
एक्चुअली
sir,
क्या
yes,
हुआ,
sir.
मैं ऐसी मीट को सर्च कर रहा था सभी जगह, तो मुझे सुधा मैडम दिखी इस पहले वाले मीट में. उस
Yes.
समय कोई नहीं था यहाँ पर, तो आई जस्ट गाइडेड हर कि मैडम अभी 5 बजे आएंगे सब लोग, तो शी मस्ट बी थिंकिंग ये तो बढ़िया दिख ही नहीं रहा है. Then
Thank you very much, sir. Our session conference एक सुखद अनुभूति के रूप में सबके सामने है. As we all know that कि only 24% internet is available in our country. So ऐसी स्थिति में भी एक टीम लोगों को जो ना, चाहे यूके की बात हो, चाहे चाइना से हो, कश्मीर से हो, मध्य प्रदेश के दूसरे क्षेत्रों से स्टूडेंट्स जुड़े हुए हैं, really it's so great. I salute you all, sir. I salute you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We have a wonderful team. So they all work
Yes,
very hard.
yes.
And it's a teamwork which finally, concluded in a wonderful event.
नो डाउट सर। और कल भी आपने कहा और आज भी इस बात पर जोर दिया गया कि बी सेफ, बी केयरफुल, और कोरोना से हम लोग सुरक्षित रहें और एक दूसरे के लिए प्रे करें। बी केयरफुल।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। थैंक यू सो नाइस ऑफ यू सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच। इट्स माय प्लेजर।
Yes, ma'am. डॉक्टर साहब कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब, थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत परफेक्ट,
बहुत बधाई आपको, बहुत अच्छी स्पीच आपने पढ़ी।
Yes. Another feather to the cap of our director and SVIM, and everybody as a team, we congratulate each other for grand success of this event.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we'll
you,
again
Doctor.
be successfully in each and every event in future also.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you.
अच्छा लग रहा है सबको देख के, और इतना बढ़िया तरीके से मैनेज हुआ। It was looking like it was recorded. Believe ही नहीं हो रहा है कि मतलब कहीं भी there was no technical hitch.
सर की भाषा में बोले तो फ्लॉलेस था सर। मैं कहीं मुझे कहीं लगा नहीं कि कहीं कोई ऐसी मतलब लैप्स हुआ है। बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से स्मूथ से
मेहनत रंग आई। मैं ये बोल सकता हूँ कि इतना सब लोगों ने कितने इस पर जो आज दिखाई दे रहा है,
हाँ,
उसके पीछे बहुत मेहनत हुई। एक एक चीज को लेकर डिस्कशन हुआ, बहुत अच्छा लगा। सब लोग तो पार्ट थे उसके। एंड रियली जब कोई सक्सेस मिलती है, सफलता मिलती है मैनेज होने में अच्छे तरीके से, तो एक आत्मसंतुष्टि मिलती है। इट वाज वेरी नाइस। थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर साहब, एंड आप अपॉर्चुनिटी देते रहिए हम लोगों को, सबको। हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे।
ये सब हम लोगों का मिला जुला प्रयास है सर।
अच्छा है, सब लोग एक दूसरे को कि हेल्प करके एक टीम की तरह काम करते हैं कॉमन गोल के लिए, तो हमेशा अचीव करते हैं जब सक्सेसफुल एक डायरेक्शन में मूव करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर साहब।
It's a pleasure and honor for me कि I have such a wonderful team.
Really thank you डॉक्टर साहब।
And दोनों conveners Dr. Abhijit and Dr. Shama, commendable job. दोनों co-convener Dr. Dhanashri, Dr. Ekta, commendable job. And the entire team, technical team, खुशबू मैडम, अभिकृति मैडम, रुचिरा मैडम, आप लोगों ने भी फ्लॉलेसली बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा। और टेक्निकल टीम ने भी डॉक्टर जितेंद्र और पूरी टीम ने भी, डॉक्टर शैलेश महेश्वरी, सभी लोगों ने बहुत कल थोड़ा सा परेशान हो रहे थे, काफी ग्लिचेस आ रहे थे, आज बिल्कुल नहीं। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर।
चलिए बहुत अच्छा। कीप वर्किंग हार्ड। ऐसे ही हम लोग काम करेंगे तो बड़ी ऊंचाइयों को छुएंगे। अगले कॉन्फ्रेंस का अभी से ही लग जाते हैं तो मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा, राइट? चलिए देन लेट अस डॉक्टर साहब कॉल इट अ डे। मीटिंग लीव करें।
समस्या होती जब तक मैं सबसे पहले नहीं